I appreciate all you guys tuning in for this one. If you are up at this hour, welcome to the 3 a.m. overnight absolute madness hour. It is midnight where I am in Arizona on the West Coast. We are now in Pacific time, so everything is good now. We are 3 hours back, not 2 hours back. And I do this thing on stream where if we hit a certain donation number, we do a live edit of a video. Live on the air. We do a live edit. I take it through the entire process that I do. You get to see me behind the scenes, how I work, how I do all of that. And how's it going, Andrew Carver? Appreciate you a ton for the donations earlier. Appreciate you a ton, man, for getting us to this point. And now we are officially here. We are officially here at this live edit. So you're going to see how everything is made. Fire with any questions you might have. You're just going to see me work on this video that I got to get out. If you're wondering what the story is, it's a crazy draft story from... Where was it? Oh, I lost it. I lost the tab. Hang on. Let's try that again. Let's try that again. Where was it? Worst case, I can re-find it. Hang on. Worst case, I can re-find it. I know where I'm looking for this one. But it's a crazy story I found. We're doing a lot of NFL draft stories over the next few weeks. The story that I found, we're going all the way back to 1988 on this one. And it is 1988 Hawaii. This is the one. It's a bizarre story involving Al Noga. How's it going, Mr. Civics? Appreciate you tuning in. We're doing a live edit, live on the air. So we're doing it's a story about a really dumb agent. It's a story about an absolutely insane agent. If you want to know the crux of the story before I tell you how I'm editing this thing, because I go a little bit backwards. I'm not sure other people do it. I go backwards to some extent. With some videos, this is one that I'm going backwards on. Al Noga, drafted by the Minnesota Vikings in 1988. Very good player. Very good player. Over 10 sacks in 1989. He was a great defensive end for them. But during the draft, his agent was furious. You hope I get some sleep? Yeah, we'll see. I got a nap in earlier today, so we're okay. But earlier in the draft, his agent was furious. Like, he didn't want to go to Minnesota. The agent said... Keep in mind, Noga never said anything about Minnesota. Noga never said a thing about Minnesota. Noga actually... He had no problem going to Minnesota. He said it was a happy moment when he got drafted and all that fun stuff. So, but the agent didn't want to go to Minnesota at all. Not sure why. Yeah, it was going to be messed up. Yeah, me too. I'm not used to it because stream like High Point, they played earlier at 12 o'clock Eastern for the Big South Championship. And because I'm in Arizona, it started at 9 instead of 10, but the previous two games started at 10. So it's just a little bit bizarre. So the agent now wanted him to go to Minnesota. Sure enough, he went to Minnesota, and the agent was fuming. So I hate to tell him who the team is. Pass rush after free agency, the Cowboys go after. I mean, they tried going after Crosby, so I'm guessing Hendrickson. They'll try going for Hendrickson. We'll see if it works out, but I guess they're going to try for Hendrickson and just take a shot in the dark and see what happens. That's the big one. We'll see where he ends up. Obviously, league year technically starts today. Later today, I should say. Technically, legal tampering starts, but I mean, we all know they've been negotiating deals for a while now, so we'll see what happens. But the story's about an agent that just did not want to go to Minnesota. The player had no objections to Minnesota, and his logic was extremely contradictory. So, I figure, you know what, let's do a story about a crappy agent and go from there. So that's what this video is going to be about if you're wondering what the heck we're doing. Now, how I do it is like this. How I edit my videos. Some people start with the script and then they get the footage. I'll do that for certain things, but for something like this, I know the story is going to be about Al Noga. There is no other footage I'm using outside of footage from Al Noga. There's nothing else I'm using. I don't think there's footage of the 88 draft. Is there footage of the 88 draft? Oh, there is. That just got uploaded last year. Okay. So maybe some footage like that. Yeah, the Brady block cross going to Pats. I did not see that. Wait, what? I did not see that at all. Wait, I did not see that at all. Wait, Tom Brady blocked Crosby? Reportedly wouldn't have traded to the Pats. It's an unnamed source to know if Brady was trading him to Mike Vrabel. Man. No, it's real. No, it's real. I mean, it's, yeah, no, it's legit. CornerBoston.com, Pro Football Talk, yeah. Yeah, we made it. We made it to 300. You know, it's legit. It's legit. Wow, that is petty. That is petty, man. He was willing to deny the best. I mean, he got a good offer, obviously, but he was willing to have the best interest of his team, just stick it to one team. That's insane. No, it's legit. It's legit. All right, so I might get footage of the 88 draft, but I know for the most part we're getting Al Noga footage. So we're gonna simply download the footage, and we will go from there. And yeah, so how I download the footage, you're probably wondering how I find the Al Noga footage. How's it going, Jacob? Appreciate you tuning in. Appreciate you being here. So you're wondering how I find the footage of Al Noga. Easiest way to do it for me. I don't know how everyone else does it. Personally for me, I go to his profile reference page, go to the game logs, and sort by sacks. I see it's 2.5 sacks in a game here. I'll zoom in so you see what it's like. 2.5 sacks in a game against the Lions in 89. I'll look up that game. I know that one's on YouTube. How's it going, Golden? Still appreciate you tuning in. And I will download that game. And the site I use for that, TurboScribe AI. Go live for agency. I'll be live for USA Mexico later in the night at 8 o'clock. I don't know when these deals are getting done. I probably have to save my voice, so live free agency. A lot of the deals usually get traction Monday night while we're live for USA Mexico, so usually the deals start get done on Monday night. Yeah, I don't think Pats would have better offer than the Raiders would have, or the Ravens would have, because the Ravens, their first round pick is number 14. So I'm downloading a bunch of games from 1989. Now this one was so now we're gonna go with the October 22nd game. I'm very good on that one, Golden. Still appreciate you now on this late night stream. Appreciate you being here. Meanwhile, I listen to music while I edit. That's why I have the headphones in. I like going with these countdowns, top 40 this week in a certain year. Or we go Casey Kasem top 40 from random year on iHeartRadio. We're going to go with this one. They're going, 45 years ago, 1981. So I like this. What do I want to start? What do I don't want to start at the beginning. If we start with Stevie Wonder. But then in the East, I think Cowboys. Right now I'm going Cowboys. So let's start with this just to get the ball rolling. Good list here. This is a stacked countdown at the top. Not a single bad song in this one. No tribute to any dogs. No tribute to any dogs. Alright, so that's one video downloaded. Nothing on that. Alright, that's two again. I'm trying to get the games where it has multiple sacks. This would be the easiest. Giants game. I know that one's on YouTube because we did a video on that a while ago. Wait, really? I did not know that, Jagar friend. I did not know that. The more you know, I did not know that. Well, I think it's more that he didn't want to see the Patriots do well with Crosby. I don't think it's animosity with Vrabel. I think it's just, I think it's more, I know Vrabel's a heck of a coach, and I don't want to see Crosby become a better player. I'm not saying I think Seahawks are doomed on back-to-back if Shaheen and Walker leave. No. You're not doomed. Look, Walker's a great player. He's a running back. You have Charbonnet. Running backs, easily replaceable. Same songs over again. Yep. Occasionally I'll recommend it. That's how I get new songs. Nice. You know, I'll go like same songs over and over, but it's a lot from the past. I'll get back to you on the email too, because I was thinking about that too, Dr. Day. I'm getting back to you on that email later. All right, so let's go Buccaneers game. I just want as much footage of Noga as possible. All right. Well, this is going to help. Week 10. Yeah, all the games where he had 2 sacks are really going to help. Make my life a little bit easier. Let's check for the NFL draft in 88, because I didn't think there was going to be footage of this. Do they have the moment where Noga got drafted? Logan Paul calling out players for the boxing fight? Well, he backed out. He backed out. He's a chicken. Logan Paul sucks. For many reasons, but he, like, absolutely sucks. You know, show maybe. Yeah, I don't think either. What's with the 8? Not 89 Vikings. It's about Al Noga. Yeah, Al Noga's announcing him. Yep. It's just about Al Noga. Alright. Where was the pit? Okay. They don't show it. I don't think they show it. Is he in here? First pick of the 3rd round. I think it was a 14th pick, so I'm not sure it's going to be Vikings. No. I don't think it's there. Georgia 7. I want Georgia 7. I want him to climb the ladder. Right, so I want box part WB contract to shoot, then he should have nipped me that offer in the first place. Now he just looks like a chicken. Logan Paul or Jake Paul? Jake Paul. It was not spectacular today. No, not even close. Not even close. I didn't even think there'd be footage, so I'm just impressed we got this far. Alright. Vikings, Lions, 1992. Which game is that? That was week 7, alright. They have that, though. Perfect. So let's download this footage. So let's even October games. Yeah, probably market DraftKings and Calstr would win in a fight. Would win that one. The Jordan 7, the close one? Yep. I mean, they got momentum 5 out of 5. They got to run out of steam somehow, right? They can't go 6-6, right? They can't win 6 games in 6 days. That would be insane. I don't know how they're pulling this off without just getting extremely fatigued. I don't want any footage of him with Washington. I should note, Paralympics is starting in about an hour. I do have that on the background. Okay, Niners, Vikings. Perfect. They do have it. I thought you were making a joke about Walker. Yeah, yes. Michaels would, yes. Due to baseball, yes. Yes, due to baseball, he would miss. It's like I understand with Joe Davis. Joe Davis doesn't do games during the World Series because of baseball. Right, Gifford would do play-by-play back then, yep. Alright. What else? If we can... I'm more interested in Monday Football, yeah. Yeah, way more than Joe Davis is the number 2 or number 3 on Fox, yeah. Let's see if there's a game of the week for Vikings. Teresa's video, I thought it was really good. I thought it was really good. He was right on the money. If you have a TV deal, you're in a great spot. If you don't, you're screwed. That's just the reality of it. Man, it sucks. Yeah, Mayweather versus Tyson, washed against washed. That would be terrible. That's gonna be that is clearly a cash grab. And anyone that watches that fight is a fool. Anyone that pays money for that fight is an absolute fool. Alright, so now what's nice is that they have the game log. Well, I still have the game log. Oh, I put in the wrong name, that's why. Alright. Worst picks, Steve Spurrier, Leroy Keys. Oh, easily Keys. It's not even close. Spurrier at least could somewhat play. Spurrier, I mean, you couldn't expect John Brody to play at that insane level for a few more years. Keys sucked. To go from potentially getting O.J. Simpson to Keys, and they changed his position right away. That was the crazy part. They drafted Keys and then changed its position. It's like, yeah, we're gonna draft you and they're gonna play a completely different position. Keys is one of the worst busts of all time. They came with TV and since it turned out to be the worst thing that happened in sports. Yep. Bama the rankings. Well, it comes out on Monday. Probably be around 16. But really, it comes out Monday for the rankings. But I'm assuming you're gonna be around 16. Okay. So, And I'm just looking at the game log. I'm going to get the footage of Noga. I'm going to work in backwards here. So see what I'm looking at. Looking at this screen. Alright. This is first quarter. Okay, I don't need that. I see what someone cared for Gifford. Yep. Worst role announcer, Gifford or Gumble? I would say Gifford on play-by-play was worse. Gumble, still a quality announcer. Not number one, but he's still a quality announcer. But Gifford, play-by-play. You know, it's hard. It's hard. It's a whole different skill set versus being an analyst. It's a whole different skill set. Bad Martinez? Yeah. Duh. Yes. Yes. They are not. Yes. It's not even close. Trey Lance or Jack Thompson? Oh, easily Jack Thompson. Ken Anderson was still playing well. That made no sense. Lance, I at least understand. COVID year fooled people. Needs some quarterback help potentially. I at least understood that. Over in games playing 27? Ooh. Let's say 100. That's the Leroy Hughes for the Catalyst led to the famous symbol incident. Yes. Right, because they were going to get O.J. Simpson, then they got Keys. I lost 2 games. Or they won 2 games, yep. No, his analysis was great, but obviously play is a whole lot different. They can't believe are good for not to play. Yeah, no, Bama's make March Madness. Like, not even close. They are comfortably in, probably as a 4 or a 5 seed. Maybe a 6 in the worst case scenario. Thompson never made any sense. Right, the thing with that is that then the Buccaneers were stupid. Then the Buccaneers acted dumb and were like, you know what? Let's give up a first round pick for him. Like Rick Meyer, he was terrible. Like the Bears were dumb enough to trade a first round pick for him. Yeah, they blew the shot at Simpson, yep. And they won Thanksgiving too. They won that game on Thanksgiving where it was like a muddy field against Detroit. It was just, oh god, like one of the worst field conditions ever. Yeah, 6-6 penalties. Yeah, they restructured some contracts. Yeah, they're going to be players for Hendrickson, I think. How the closure of FanDuel Sports Network affect NBA and NHL? Not as much because there's a salary cap in those leagues. MLB, there's no cap, so the rich get richer, poor get poorer. So, doesn't change a ton, relatively speaking, compared to MLB. It's not as drastic. It's like the preseason TV deals that NFL teams have. Like, they're all getting money from preseason TV deals, but, I mean, there's shared revenue, but it's like, it doesn't make a difference. The video game the NBA contract in 86 and stopped paying on the Olympics. Oh, wow. I did not know that. All right. I'm trying to get the Noga sacks here. NBC was raised 7th NBA at some point in the mid-80s. Kind of glad it didn't happen because NBC was so good covering the league. Yeah, Eric Hipple, oh man. Yeah, this is a trip down. I think I did some videos on Hipple too. Alright, so I need 3rd and 22 at the 34-yard line. And Noga, let me just double check the jersey number here. 99. Just want to double check. Better pick, Ryan or Humphrey? Ryan. Absolutely Ryan. MVP quarterback gets you to a Super Bowl? Ryan. Easily. Easily Ryan. Oh, they want to play CBS? Oh, okay. Yeah, my bad on that. Ready for the Blitz tomorrow? Oh, I'm ready. I am ready for the Blitz. I cannot wait. I don't know what the Jags are going to do. Because Gladstone works very quietly. I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know if we're bringing back Buster Brown or not. No one's these for Lions, yeah. One player, Seahawks for 112. Yep, Sam Atkins. And then was try for the 12th man. Alright, so this is Noga on the sack. Get the replay of it. So I put a big pool. Yep. Yep. SoFi's going to host the swimming events. It's going to be incredible. I'm excited for it. Yeah, he's not getting a can, but getting Humphrey, part of why he's in can is not because of what he did with the Falcons, it's what he did with the Eagles afterwards. I mean, a lot of his stuff came with the Falcons, but I'm not sure if it was just his Falcons and he gets in. I'm not sure. It's like Breeze or Rivers, who was a better pick for the Chargers. Just a Flynn, or technically, obviously, they didn't draft Rivers, but you get what I mean. Flynn Raps on the 30 playoffs. How the Bears win 9-0. I haven't seen that video. I have not seen that vid. Alright, there's a shot of Noga. They played wiffle ball at SoFi? Wait, what? They played wiffle ball at SoFi? When they played wiffle ball at SoFi? It was like a YouTube video, like a Mr. Beast thing or something? Like actual wiffle ball. Honestly, got wiffle ball at SoFi. Alright. Yeah, that's a good clip of him. It's a good establishing shot. About 4 days after free agency is when I noticed him to draft. Me too. Because I don't know what our needs are right now. Like, it's hard for me to nosedive in when we don't have a first round pick and I have no idea what our needs are just yet. Yeah, first playoffs ever. Yep. Yeah, that was the game at Chicago Stadium. Yep, that was the one where it was only an 80-yard field. Yep. Chuck Munster, Seahawks, Kurt Warner. Munster was a bit of a head case. He looks like Brian Denny now. He's not getting traded. That's been the rumor forever. Brian Thomas is not going anywhere. There's no way Thomas gets traded. The Jags won too much. He stretches the field. We have 3 years left on rookie contract. What's wiffle ball? It's like baseball. It's exactly like baseball. But it's just with a ball that is a lot... it's a little bit different. The ball's a little bit different, but it's exactly the same as baseball. It's on YouTube? Alright. Some seriously ran the same out? There's a serious wiffle ball league? A serious wiffle ball league, man. Alright. Here's a shot of Noga. And what I do is I just crop so I don't see the score wire. Who wants to see that? I'm just showing Noga. Right, the blizzard that caused him to be indoors. Yep, and it was an 80-yard field. Really the precursor to arena football in some ways. Harper, Hall of Fame? Yes, absolutely. Absolutely, he's a Hall of Famer. Not even close. Absolutely. With all his accolades, he's lived up to the hype and then some. He is 100%, unless he just completely falls off right now, he's a Hall of Famer. You know, small plastic holes in a cricket bat? No, it's not a cricket bat. Here's a regular bat. I use a plastic bat. It's exactly like baseball. So the one Robert did a video on? Yes, it is. Yep, that's the sport. Yep, it's that sport. Bucks sleep Bears survey 21 in the fourth quarter. Yeah, the Bears fell apart at 89. The Bears at 89 the first half, they were great. The second half, they just fell off a cliff. Just like Belichick. Well, Belichick's getting in. Just the committee was drunk. Just because he didn't get in first ballot doesn't mean he's not getting in. Like, Belichick is getting in. The Hall of Fame is weird with the ballots. Oh, I know. I love that part too, where I say, I get video ideas based on that. Looking at other parts of the broadcast, when I'm making a video about Al Noga and his NFL draft in 1988. I'm getting highlights of Noga as a result. Alright. How would I rank these picks? Oh, jeez. Oh, they were all sucked. At least Richardson was productive his rookie year. He got a first-round pick out of him. But how would I rank? I mean, Richardson's probably the best of the bunch just because you got a first-rounder back. Someone's on a potential. Akuda, that was shocking that he busted. I thought it was gonna be good. I can only say this is the worst because you gave up. You rejected the Saints trade. The Saints trade, they were willing to give you like 11 picks for him, and you rejected that, and then he won like 3 games for you, 2 against the Browns. It's like, no. Major League Wiffle Ball, of course, that's the name of it. Yeah, except on the West Coast. Yep, Murder, She Wrote, of course. Yeah, which one is this? This is the other Lions game. Haven't touched Alu Alu? He just got old. That's all it is. He got drafted in 2010. It's been a while. Good player. Not worth the 10th overall pick, but a solid rotational piece. And he's been out of the league for a little bit now. But he's like 37, so... You know, 1 year wonder rather than flat out bust. Well, he just got a lot of touchdowns. He wasn't, like, great with the Browns. His vision wasn't great. He just got touchdowns. I don't know if I call him a 1 year wonder. Peyton Hillis is a 1 year wonder. Richardson was not like a top 10 back by any means. He was just... I don't know, it's just... average. At best. Alright. Again, I'm just getting some shots of Noga. There's a Dan Soul song called Murder She Wrote. I did not know there was a song called Murder She Wrote. Tyson Jackson, he was pretty bad. He got no pressure at all. Do you guys have a good team? I have no idea. I think their lineup is solid. I'm not crazy about Lavello, and their bullpen sucks. Like, their bullpen is going to, at least until Martinez and Puck come back, is going to give me nightmares. Their bullpen sucks. Play Whipple, the Whipple Field, Cincinnati Park. Yeah, there's some teams like that. I know I think Citi Field has that, too. Well, Keys is the worst of the bunch. Spurrier was fine. I mean, I get the Spurrier pick. Right, on paper, it's not bad. No, could have been a lot worse. Problem is that the first round they got was Justin Gilbert and Johnny Manziel. So, Peter Russell for Russell. Russell was so bad that they changed the entire rules. The rookie wage scale exists because of Russell. If it wasn't, Jamarcus Russell was so bad that other players can't get paid a lot of money now because of him. That's how bad it is. The player they used to pick on a different story. Alright, where's the other sack? End of the game. It's good when you have the game logs. You can just skip ahead in the game and don't have to watch any of the footage. With D-backs, I don't know what's going to happen. Just like the Angels, so they'll do everything. Yes, until Moreno sells, they're never going to do anything. Why Moreno sucks. Until he sells, they will always be losers. Why is this not going back? A good move at the time. Yeah, 100% good move at the time, but the Browns stood up. Okay, I don't know why it's not scrolling back the way I need it to. We're almost there with that. I don't know why it's not scrolling. Once I was from the bust. Ziggy Ansah? No, Ziggy Ansah was great. I was going to JPEG. Ziggy Ansah was great. Like, that was a bad class, and he was pretty solid. Highsmith, yes. I call him a bust. Only play 3 seasons with your team and you do nothing? I call him a bust. Yeah, but Ziggy Ansah was a very good player. Very good. That was a weak class. He was good. Five Fish Murray, Bill's Swanger and Friend Zone. Fantastic. Like every Netflix movie ever. Yeah, it's going to work out better than Russell. He's got a work ethic. He actually has a work ethic. So he's going to be okay. Use Final Countdown? Oh, good choice. Good choice of song. God, how long does Pete extend this play? Wait, what the heck? He gonna play his own lineman? I'm not sure I can use that footage. Let's see. Noga didn't do anything on that one. I can't really use that footage. Yeah. My favorite sports: football's #1, baseball's 2, college basketball 3. If I'm not counting college football. Yeah, Ziggy was solid. Yeah. 12 AT&T, man, they hit the scoreboard. Yeah, electric guitar on the theme. Yep. And NBC used the Rocky 4 theme. Simpson, I have no idea. Cardinals, I think Cardinals trade back into the first round at this point. Rarest Jim, yeah, they both won Calvin Johnson, but Al Davis overruled them. Yeah, Matt Millen was like, hey, I don't think you should take him. And he was like working for the Lions. I was like, I don't think you should take him. Like, we think you're just trying to bluff us. I was like, no, we actually don't think you should take him. And the Lions got Calvin Johnson as a result. Alrighty. Let me get Noga in. Yeah, that sack was underwhelming for my footage. I want the Jags to draft Ansah. In 2013, I wanted the Jags to get Ansah. Obviously, it didn't work out that way, but... Yeah, Luke Jokel. That did not work out. What connects the intro and the hall monitor? I have no idea. Is it the music that was used? I'm not sure. I've never seen the hall monitor. I've never seen the hall monitor, so I couldn't tell you on that one. Yeah, it was the music, alright. Easy guess. I've never seen it, so. Alright, 3rd and 12. This is the play. Nope, that's not the play. But Noga does bat that down, so I'll take that. Actually, I'll take that. Yeah, one time the number 2 pick actually worked out better. We had the number 2 pick that year. Oh yeah, for the Lions, you mean? For the Lions, yes, in 07, yes. For the Lions, yep. Yes, it worked out a lot better for them. Oh, favorite exclusive victory? Oh, the do. That's that? Oh, yeah, I know that, obviously. Lauren Bear stuff? No, this just for editing. This is just for editing, Wheels. Yeah, that's an awesome track. I love listening to that. That's my favorite track of all the Rockies. Boop, 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 boom, boop, 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 boop. Great track. John Guy was once photographed on a Raiders jacket. Got stolen from the merchandise size. Oh, wow. I got it hanging in his office. Creative stuff at Boston Chargers history? Ooh. I will go top 10. Obviously, Leafs number 1. Had some bad ones. Tillery was pretty bad. I had some whiffs in the 70s. Yeah, I'm okay putting Greg Davis in there. Biggest draft crush to work out, biggest draft crush you whiffed on. Jarvis Jones, I whiffed on. I thought he was going to be great. Jarvis Jones, I whiffed on. Biggest crush that worked out? Kareem Hunt, I said, reminded me of MJD. And when he went round... Cam Scatterbo also. Cam Scatterbo. I love Cam Scatterbo. I love Cam Scatterbo. That worked out very well. I also said Mahomes was the best quarterback in the draft. Better than Watson, better than Trubisky. I said Mahomes was the best quarterback in the draft. That worked out very well. Will Anderson's been incredible. Will Anderson has been amazing. Like, I hate it. Will Anderson has been a beast for the Texans. He looks incredible. So victorious, like, really well. Did not know that. But Will Anderson has been an absolute stud, and him with Hunter on the same line, it's not fair. I want him gone from the Texans because he's so freaking good. Like, I hate it. Will Anderson is a stud. Brian James leaves to Cavs if LeBron goes? No. I think Bronny James sucks. I don't know why the Cavs would take him. Bronny James sucks. He has no business being in the NBA. Any team that takes him is a fool. Gives him a second contract, you're off your rocker to do so. Yeah, White. I actually didn't think Kevin White was going to work out. I was not high on White. He got locked down by Kevin White, the TCU cornerback. I did not think he was going to work it out. I didn't think he'd have the injury history, but yeah. The different version of Barber, and I've not heard the different version of that. Yeah, QJ's turning around. I'm impressed. Because he had bricks for hands his first year. So I'm impressed. Good for him. Good for him. Oh, was there a second sack? I thought Noga had a second sack this game. I guess not. I thought he had a second sack. He is Nippo Baby. Yep. Yes, he is. 100%. 100,000% a Nippo Baby. Texans back-to-back thorough picks to him and Stingley. Yep, they worked out very well. Unfortunately. The Texans don't whiff on first-round picks. I gotta give him credit. It's been a while since the Texans, legitimately whiffed on a first-round pick. It has been a while. They get a first-round pick, they're hitting. They're hitting on it. Alright. Oops, wrong thing. Bronny's bro better? Yes. Yeah, Bryce James seems like he's going to be a better player. Now that's hard to do. But he seems like he is going to be better. Oh, wait a sec. This is not the right game. Oh, no, wait. This is the right game. Yeah, this is the right game. They played Tampa twice that year because it's Central. Alright, third quarter. Alright. So I'm just getting footage of Noga. I'm going to write the script when I get all the footage that I need. Probably got 45 more minutes on the footage. Lyrics go through. Slightly different lyrics, but it's relevant. The lyrics do not go through now. Last one I saw was slightly different lyrics, but it's relevant. That's the last one I saw. Lakers just fine spending a slow second-round pick on Bronny? No, they were not. No, it was a nepotism pick. And everyone that celebrated that was disgusting. Like, oh, they're playing for the same team. No, Bronny was a backup at a below 500 team. He stole a spot from someone who was worthy. Because of his last name. He had no business being out there. Everyone's celebrating it. It was a dark day in sports, people celebrating that. It's like, really? We're celebrating nepotism now? Like, if it was good, Brian makes him bad? Well, he has no jumper. He can't shoot. Players who get high in the playoffs, play defense. Oh, yeah, bumper. Oh, that's great. Yeah, only drafted Brian fulfills desire. Yep. Yeah, Lakers gotta play better defense. And stay healthy. That's a big one. It was an Nepo pick. Look, there's certain siblings that, like, if they get drafted, like, good, like Carlos Boozer's son, like, he's at Duke. He's insanely good. Right, a 4-year contract. Yeah, no other player is getting that. Second picks don't get that guarantee at all. It was insane. Well, the only time someone that late... Yeah, it was. It was historic. It was like really the 55th pick is getting these guarantees. Let's try the GM? Yes, they should. Got very lucky that that Nico was drunk with the Luka trade. Other than that, they've done nothing of note. The way they handled the Connect situation was atrocious, I thought. No, it doesn't have the talent. I mean, the heart conditions don't help matters much, but he does not have the talent. Pritchard's on the free agents. Ooh. Alright. I'm going to change my mind. Hendrickson to the Cowboys. Wandell Robinson, Titans. You like us for the Knicks. I was surprised with that. I should put some of that playing. Oh, boy. I'm going to go Kenneth Walker to the Chiefs. Right, no, it was up. Yeah, it was uphill battle. 100% uphill battle. Yeah, Hendricks, I'm going to go Cowboys. Why hasn't Marvel spoken in a while? I think it was all a ploy to get his kids to the NBA. Build the hype, and then once they get into the NBA, he shuts up. Once they get into the NBA, it's like, okay, let the play do the talking. It worked. Mike Evans, I'm going to say Buffalo. Catchy Cy Griffith. Yeah, now Nepo draft pick was Canucks picking a pair of twin brothers in the same draft. Yeah, no, they were good. Yeah, Steam Brothers, yeah. Oh, yeah, they were great. Like, Bronny was good in college. That'd be one thing. Bronny was, like, averaging 18 in college and starting, but he was, like, averaging 3 a game on a below 500 USC team. My 3 and 4. Yeah, the Celtics are so well coached. And now with Tatum coming back, that team is insane. That team is absolutely insane. Melo's been very good. Yeah, he just needs to not speed and be an idiot driver. LaMelo should not be allowed to play. He tried to kill someone with his car. So, he should not be allowed to play. And the fact that Silver didn't even suspend him is a joke. I'm surprised? Yes, I am. I'm not sure about... I don't know if he had his leg amputated. I think something got amputated. I don't think it was his leg. I know Dion had, like, one of his toes or something. If I'm not mistaken. Then turn around to a parking lot. The Minions version was the first one you ever heard of that? Wow. What a way to start. What a way to start. Alright, so now we go to... Which game is this? 2-sec game from 92 against the Lions. I reorder the footage. I reorder all the footage. It's just... You can see the graphic jump from 89 to 92. It's insane. The graphic jump in just a 3-year stretch. God. Oh, wait a sec. Is this the wrong game? No, that's not the Metrodome. That's the Metrodome. How's it going, Vito? You know you're good on that one. You're good. We just started this a couple moments ago, so you're good. We're just getting the footage. You know, he's trying to stay healthy? Yeah, that's another thing. All right, second quarter, 5:54. Coming back to Silver and Trees video, he's the worst commissioner in sports easily. It's not even close. The way he's handling the Kawhi situation is a joke right now. Like, Silver is spineless. He's a spineless coward, and every idea he has is bad. Yeah, he's a bum. I'm with you on that one, Birchwood. I'm with you on that one. Every idea he has is the wrong one. It's actually impressive. You know, Ronnie Lott had a tip of his finger amputated so he wouldn't have to miss a game. Which is nuts. Jack Youngblood was also just insane with that, too. He was dealing with some stuff. Kawhi be banned? Yes. Absolutely he should be banned. He knowingly circumvented the salary cap. He should be banned. Yeah, High Point, what deal will they get? 15 or a 16? I'll go 15. They'll avoid the play-in game. They didn't avoid it last year. I think they'll avoid the play-in game. I'd be very surprised if it's anything higher than a 15. My guess is it's going... They had a good non-conference slate, so my guess is that they'll get 15. I mean, they're going to get smacked, but the men have a shot at winning a game, depending on their matchup. Like, they actually could make a run. The women, they've dealt with a lot of injuries. Been a heck of a season for the women. Back-to-back. Third time ever, but I don't expect anything from the women. Ball forced to sell? I mean, yeah, he should be. He should be. Yeah, Jack Cameron played with a fractured leg. Yeah, he was insane. What goodwill did he have? He had no goodwill. Kawhi had no goodwill whatsoever the way he forced his way out of the Spurs. And load managed. He had no goodwill at all. Like, he had absolutely no goodwill. Yeah, that's the name from the past. Yep, and the video is going to be about him. It was about No-Go. Will the stream be left up? Yeah. All the streams are left up. All the streams are always archived and left up for everyone to see. Yep, nothing changes with that. You can always watch them on demand. Just show you how the process is made. The graphic differences are so stark between... Now he gets called for a penalty in the first minute of the half, so maybe that will get me an establishing shot. You passed Rudy? Yes, he did. Crack Williams and Pastrana. Yep, I did a video on that. I have guys like Anthony Richardson that just take plays off. Duality of man. I know he encroaches on this play. Yep, there it is. That's what I was looking for. Penalties are also, like, I know, like, sacks are a good way to get footage, but penalties are also a very good way to get footage. It's a bit covered up here, so we'll do that. Because they highlight the player that commits the penalty, and they show them, like, lashing out. And that helps getting footage. Should Team TV for Thursday Football? They don't have Prime money, no. It'd be a waste of time. Prime has unlimited money. But international package, yes. International package, I would say, absolutely. But no chance. You bid for Thursday night, that you're gonna. It's not gonna be worth the juice. Won't be worth the squeeze because Prime is just gonna match whatever you have and then some. Because Amazon is Amazon. That's never leaving Amazon unless the NFL just collapses. Oh, don't tell me that's the sack. Or is that Randall? Please tell me that's the Randall sack. Yeah, 3rd and 6. Yeah, this is the Noga sack. Oh, God, he just stripped. He didn't get touched on this. He just stripped. Oh, man, that's a few sacks by Noga I can't even use because he just got tripped. Is this the one? No, he got sacked 3 times in a row just falling down. Fantastic. Good job, Kramer. Good job, Eric Kramer. Yeah, B needs to retire and get back every penny he stole from the Sixers past 2 seasons. Yeah. Yeah. Yes, he's missed way too many games. Yeah, Chuck, eventually he'll be right. Eventually he'll be right. One of these days. All right. Maybe take a year to look at yours? No, they gave him a good run during the final few games of the season. He has no arm strength. No, Ewers is not the guy. They're going to go for Malik Willis. They're going to try for Malik Willis. I think he goes to Miami. Malik Willis, if you think about it, with Malik Willis, it's a perfect storm. GM with the Packers, head coach, came from the Packers. Makes a lot of sense. Leonard career-wise, I mean, he's a Hall of Famer when on the floor. I mean, he's pretty much carried the Raptors to the title in 2019. He's one of the best defenders on the Spurs in 2014. The best defender on the Spurs in 2014. And they'll win the title without him in 2014. He was a great player. He's a great player, obviously. You need personality like Vilma? They do not need Vilma. No. No, I want Vilma far away from the microphone. Vilma sucks on Fox. He is unbearable to listen to. I want no part of Vilma on anything. And they have Richard Sherman if you want personality. It's not like they're lacking personalities. Oh, man. I do not like Vilma at all. Alright, we're just getting some Noga footage. I'll have to get a little bit more after this is done here. Rich Gann on the Vikings. Man, that's a throwback. We're still ranked among all-time worst commissioners. We have not had a labor stoppage yet, so he's not in that discussion. He's not in that discussion yet because we have not had a labor stoppage. The first labor stoppage, I'm ready to grill him. Whenever it happens, I'm willing to grill him. I will show no mercy. Last two picks. Third overall, I mean, May, obviously phenomenal. Pats hit a home run with that. Carter, I think, is going to be pretty good. Took him a while to get going, but I think he's going to be pretty good with the Giants. Let me say, Silver Merrill from Canada for cheating and curling. I mean, they reviewed it. They said they didn't cheat. So, and that was only for one match. They didn't cheat in the finals. For the rest. So, no. I would say no on that. Well, wheelchair curling taking place in like 40 minutes with the USA. I got that game on when that starts. Let's have it on the background. Alright, we were getting there on the Noga shots. There's one sack. I rearrange all the clips. I rearranged the establishing shots immediately. I try to get a good mix of purple and in the home jerseys versus the road jerseys. So it looks like they're all from different games. So like here, we'll go with that. Put it there. And then eventually I'll rearrange the clips of the game. Alright, well, we actually lost a yard here from Noga, so... And I haven't read the script yet. The script's going to come after this. But we are getting there. So first and goal to 2. Profile referencing the game logs has been a godsend. Makes things so much easier. Oh, we got jacked up there. That's a good play. How's it going? Appreciate you tuning in. Where the world might these days. Yep. Wherever you world. Wherever you are. Yeah, it's been crazy. Yeah, these unis are great. The Vikings need to go back to these. These are clean. See what's put on TNT? I would say no. Vince Young or Eddie Edwards? I don't say Vince Young. I don't say Vince Young by a hair. I think the injury sort of derailed Young after 08. But Young was a good player. Can play what the replay? I'm assuming Peacock has it. I don't know. I'm assuming Peacock has the replay of it. Right, TNT will be on Thursday football. Yeah, you know TNT would. Yeah, and Prime's got unlimited money. We're only putting on TV TNT. Yeah, they're not getting. Yeah. Yeah, there's no way. Again, Prime has unlimited money. There's no chance. Prime has. Wait, does he get 3 sacks this game? Wait a second. Oh no, they're gonna say he ran. Oh, they're gonna say he ran for -3 in this. Oh crap! Wait. No, this is not a sack. Yeah, that's insane, Engine Car fan. That's nuts. You always say the Favre AP era jerseys are all-time underrated. Yeah. Bear third pick, Fowler or Bortles? God, oh God. Whew. Fowler was a better player. Fowler was a bit better of a player. Quite still live on San Antonio. Does it step on Zaza's foot? No. I don't think it does. Oh, yeah, I remember. Yes. Yes. I remember that. Yep. They're going to say this was a rushing attempt? No. Oh, Noga got screwed here. This is apparently a tackle for a loss. You be the judge. Sack or tackle for a loss? You be the judge. This was ruled a tackle for a loss. And not a sack. I think it's a design rollout. No, I disagree with that ruling. No, that is absolutely a, that's a sack in my book. I'm thinking sack. Unless you're gonna say guys are down the field as opposed to their first birthday. Oh wow, that's their first birthday to remember. Had CBC to air the news on the first Sunday of the tournament. They made arrangements to air the game on TNT TBS. Oh wow, did not know that. Yeah, today I don't think that would happen. Today I think they would keep it on and tell you to go to a website or something. Yeah, that's a sack. 100% a sack. All right. Can I make a video on that now? Yep. I love finding stuff like that. Like, while editing videos, just completely by accident. So I'll never give up editing for certain things. Joe Mosley, yeah, Hall of very good. Yeah, but he's not a Hall of Famer. Foreshadowing? Maybe. Dun, dun, dun. Hopefully not. Yeah, sack audit from A's current. Yep. I've done a few stat errors like that. That was completely by accident. That was not supposed to happen. Helps me out, though, because I get an extra clip to use. Okay. But this was before they carried the tournament. Yep, this was back when CBS was the only network to do it, and you had to get Sunny Ticket, like the equivalent of it, to watch all the games. I remember those days. Oh, those sucked. You were stuck with whoever game you got. That sucked. If people are nostalgic for them, like, why? I don't get people being nostalgic for that. You're stuck with one game. It's all locally televised. Yep, here you are. Like, why are people nostalgic for the tournament in the old days where it was, you get one game, you have to pay for the entire package if you want to watch all the games. DirecTV gave you that? We had to pay for it. But DirecTV, like, it was on DirecTV, but you had to pay for it. You got it for free? Oh, you never ordered? Oh, lucky. Lucky. It was $80. It was $80 for the whole tournament. Man. Alright. Some more clips of Noga. Put them here. Every time it happened? Yeah, you're not complaining, though. Not complaining. Oh, I got this free product. I'll take it. What's insane here is that you get all the Elite 8 games, Sweet 16 you pretty much get, Final Four, and obviously the Natty, so like, as well, you were just buying $80 for the first weekend, but if the weather sucked, I mean, DirecTV doesn't work. Better pick. Oh, that's tough. I'm gonna go Childress. Childress by a hair. That's tough. Might have a sports package? Maybe. Although we have a sports package. We didn't get it for free. We have a sports package. Oh, no, we got started on display? Oh, man. I watched tournament games I didn't have to get to watch back then. Yep. The problem is that CBS, like, they would always pick for the night games the biggest teams, even though those games sucked. Because the games they would pick would be, like, Duke is the 1 seed or the 2 seed, and be like, well, those games suck. So it's not great how that worked out. I think that's all for Noga this game. I know it's come back, but okay, they do get encroachment on Noga. So I might be able to use that. Alright, so how much footage do I have here? Performance of game footage. If it was intentional. Yeah, that encroachment was 100% intentional. Alright. Now Now let's get some more. Did he have any interceptions? He did against the Lions in 1990. That's going to help. Darnold, McNair, and Banks above Childress. That makes sense. Darnold? No. No. Darnold is a draft pick with the Jets? No. No, Pickett's remembered by with the Jets. No. Yes, I needed someone in ESPN. Yes. Yeah, because of coverage. Yes. McNair will give you. Banks, I get that. That's a toss-up. McNair, yeah, I put McNair above Childress. I got McNair above Childress. I'll give you that. But Darnold, no way. Where I think you are? Italy. Guessing Italy. At this point. I have no clue. Right now my game's on YouTube. Nope. Yes, you did see it. Add for HP printer. Yes, you did. Fair year being the tournament was 2019 in San Jose. We had 2 5-12 Bolt and 4-13. Oh, that's great. Yeah, the problem is that sometimes you get the 5-12, 4-13. A region should never have 2 1s. A region should never get 2 1s because 2 of the games are projected to be bloodbaths. That should never happen. Right? If it was on one team, right? If it was on one team, but it wasn't on one team. Did they not have it for week 10? Right, on one team, yes. At that point, I'll give you that. But I agree it's on TNT. They don't have the interception, man. All good, Birch. We appreciate tuning. 3 single rounds with 3 picks. Yep. Alright, so TNN. Oh, wow. Back in 2003, man. Yeah. Oh, TNN. Yeah, that's nuts. Yeah, I went. Yes, I did, and it sucked. It was in Raleigh. And we got 2 116s. They were back to back, and it was like, really? Like, it should never happen. 2 116s should not be allowed. I was fair spot. Oh, jeez. Really? They were National Network at that point? Oh, man. Yeah, Darnold tenure. Yeah, Darnold to Mike's Phipps. Yeah, that's more like it, yeah. Though Darnold was better than Phipps, but yeah. That's fair. Alright. Playing game on TNN. I don't remember that. Okay. Let's see what Noga does. I gotta download the footage of this. I make some plays on this one, so. Download this. Burnout still with Garrett Watt and Crosby twice a year. He will be if he stays healthy, he's gonna be sacked at least 60 times next year. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna watch National Network. So I'm just downloading some more footage of Noga. The only team that lost? Well, Zach Edey lost on Purdue. Was Hunter on that Virginia team that lost? Was Hunter on that UVA team that lost? I know Edey was on that team in 01. Or not 01. I saw you to say 01. Edey, I think Edey was on that team that lost to FDU. You were Milan during the ceremony? Bought 7 tickets behind the score? Yeah, that's awesome. That is awesome. Right, yeah, CBS had to lead best coverage for football in 2020. Yep, they would have aired on ABC. Yes. Yes, I did know that. All right, that might be a broadcasting video at some point. Cleveland had traded Proxton's Hall of Famer Paul Wolf with pick high enough to get Phipps. Oh, he was seen with a lot of potential. Yes, he just sucked. Yes, he was seen with a lot of potential. Yes. Hunter was on the team but injured for that game. Oh, yeah. Yes, it's now Paramount. Yes, it is. Spike is now Paramount, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, part 3 of 4. Right, I think it'll be this one. That's 4th quarter. Okay, so early 3rd. I don't know when the sack happened. Sack happened in the 2nd. Yeah, they started orders for missing. Yep. Yeah, Virginia had some injuries. The NBC was a good team. Like they were underseeded. FDU was shocking. FDU was like, they had no height on it, how they won that game. They didn't even play that well that game. FDU, that was insane. Alright, so this will be part 1. Right, I couldn't afford the whole package anymore. Yeah, having the combined merger with that was incredible. It was one of the main reasons I won, yep. Pot of gold for the men's tournament. 4 courtside tickets. Oh, jeez. Lucky. Love it. Love it. We'll be able to replicate last year's Swift this year. Streamed it while driving an hour away to a record store for Midnight Stream Ghosts' album. Oh, nice. If you play good dudes, it wouldn't matter. Yeah, but the shooting was not great that game. Like, usually Cinderella, with those ones, with Cinderella, they actually, like, they shoot lights out. They just can't miss. That was not the case with FDU. That was a team that was woefully undersized and somehow made it good. Oh, that's why it's on CBS. I didn't know that. Wait, this was a sack? Was it in the grasp? This was a sack? No, that's grounding. Okay, good thing I didn't download that, because that's not anything I can use. All sessions too, nice. Right, dominated defense, so shot light 7-3, yep. Yeah, with Virginia's injuries, I mean, UMBC was really a 14 masquerading as a 16. A 16 masquerading as a 14. I mean, that team could play. FDU, that was insane. Yeah, just feeding the ball over. Yeah. I don't know how, because they had like 8 inches on everyone. On Nickelodeon? Tournament on Nickelodeon? Wait, I did not know that. Yeah, 100% once he's lost 16 and made it to the night of the following year. The formula is there. We'll see who wants to do it. Who wants to be bold enough to do it. Fair finds vid? Oh, that'd be interesting. That'd be an interesting concept for a vid. Georgia easily beats Nova if there have been 3-point line. Fact. Fact on that one. They discuss it, whatever that means. Like Shane Smoke and Stanley Sec? Yep. I include him in the footage, so. Right, they aired on the Golf Channel. Well, you know what's crazy? The A10 tournament. Did you see where the A10 tournament's airing? Did you see where the A10 tournament's airing? This is going to blow your mind. Maybe. The A10 tournament, the quarterfinals are airing on USA Network. You might be wondering, well, okay, what's the big deal? They air games on USA Network all the time. Like, that's not unusual. No, not Bravo, nope. 3 of the games are on USA Network. The night one, CNBC. So there'll be A10 basketball on CNBC for one of the quarterfinal games for some reason. Did they make him a 6-ring Walker? No, the game was the greatest straight of all time. You know, I've never heard bad college wrestling on CNBC. The Herschel Walker trade is one of the greatest games. It's the greatest trade ever, except the Cowboys Dynasty. Yeah, that's the news channel. Yep. Maybe NBC on the rights. But what's weird is that the. Hey, should I watch? Heard Severance is good. CNBC's forever. Oh. But what's weird is that the semifinals is on. Here's what's so weird. So let's say Davidson. I've never seen this before. Davidson's the 6th seed. Davidson wins this game. They play Thursday on USA Network. They win that game against Richmond Loyola Chicago. They play St. Joseph's. On Friday, they play on CNBC. Saturday, if they win that, they go to the semifinals. They play CBS Sports Network. And then Sunday, they play CBS. So Davidson could play 4 games in 4 days on 4 different networks. Yes, I feel like WWE has Pastor Sectum. Yeah, I don't know on that. But that's insane. That's true, Mr. Relevant with History Channel. Like, they have like 4 games on 4 different networks in the same tournament. Harrington said last. It's Arnold Phipps Harrington. Like, Davidson go from USA Network Thursday to CNBC Friday to CBS Sports Network on Saturday to CBS on Sunday. How does that... It makes no sense. The same conference tournament. 4 networks, 4 days. Like, different companies, too. Oh, SmackDown's other ring? Oh, okay, that makes sense. In the Liberty Minute series? Yeah. Hazards and Phipps? Yes. Way worse. At least for Detroit, yep. USA, CNBC, MS Down, you're all part of our song. Oh, that makes sense. The only thing they go to CBS for Saturday, Sunday. Well, just changing one person to 8-10 basketball, the same network. You Big Ten would like to have a word. Well, at least that's like. This is Peacock and then CBS. I mean, that's only 2. I think Norwood looks sadder. I'm just going to tweet that out for the overnight. Go on WNBA, labor negotiations. Late 80s, early 90s Jets content is awesome. Appreciate you a ton. Yeah, Robin with broken wrist. You have the Broncos game. Yep, I appreciate you a ton on that one, Justin. Yeah, I go and play like a Jet a lot during the offseason. Great podcast for Jets history, so. Appreciate you a ton on that one. A-Town CNBC with Stanley Cup Finals versus. Oh, versus. Way worse. For a natty to be there because it got preempted by America's Got Talent auditions. Yeah. That's way worse. Noga doesn't really do anything on that one. Right, not for SmackDown, probably be USA. Yeah. I didn't realize it was SmackDown that was causing the issue. But yeah, SmackDown's going to do better than the 8-10 quarterfinal from the lower session, obviously. Really, that's a sack. I hate this, like, in the grasp rule. It's, like, destroying the footage. Right, that time they were not related. Yep. Showpads ever get bigger again? I'm not sure. People want faster. It goes in cycles, but people want faster. Guys that are pretty fast. I never was versus guaranteed to Stanley Cup games. I don't know what is that. I respect to bully companies to pay more for OLN versus. Sounds like a Comcast thing to do. Versus turned into NBC Sports Network, which then went off the air. I don't know what that turned into, but I know NBC Sports Network came back, but a different thing. Who was worse, Jordan or Wadsworth? Or Jordan never made any sense. Wadsworth injuries derailed him. Wadsworth could have been good. He just got hurt too much. Jordan just sucked. Deion Jordan was a crap player. He didn't play a lot of, if he was a third down pass rusher that got taken 3rd overall for some inexplicable reason. Wadsworth could have been good. So let me see. Yes. No, DeBerg. I think it's actually DeBerg quarterback in the Chiefs on that one. The Oklahoma fans are going to be okay, sir? Yeah, absolutely. Really black the games down in your alternate program. The companies were given to the men's. Jeez. Yeah, that's a bully tactic. Yeah, that's DeBerg. Yep. Let's try to get more footage of Noga. Yeah, really trade their number 3 for a 12 and a second on that pick. Yep. And they got DJ Hayden, who, rest in peace. But man, he was not good with the Raiders. This guy's a slot corner for us. 2018, he was a good slot cornerback for the Jaguars, but not good with the Raiders. Yeah, DeBerg, yep. Seeing Craig, yeah, no. He was still in the Seahawks at that point. Third down pass rusher was the top pick. Then how about 2013 pool? I mean, was supposed to suck. 2013 pool was projected as one of the worst classes ever, and it was one of the worst classes ever, at least at the top. Very few exceptions. That class was not good. A9 season? Yep, that's the A9 season. Well, the story's just going to be about Noga in general, but I'm trying to get the footage of all that. Vikings, Packers, all right. 2 of the Week 13 game on Sunday Football. Jags 4 for the number 2 pick. I think you were Jokel. Yeah, oh jeez. He was so light too. He was such a light player. Oh no, we scored a touchdown this game. All right. Well, that's easy enough. I'll definitely do that then. Yes, we won 2 Stanley Cup games and NBC or the rest. It's like baseball in '95 to some extent. Start bench cut Warren Butts Humphrey. Ooh. Man, that's tough. Man, that is tough. Cut Humphrey. Start Butts. Bench Warren. Right, that season never happened. Nope. Wait. No, that was from 1990. That was 1990. That footage was opening day 1990. Yeah, Jaws was retired by that point. So Vikings at 69. Oh, nice. Nice. So Joe Kapp is the quarterback. You know, that footage was from 1990. That was when to lock it happened. Yep. The old Metropolitan Stadium. Yeah, Marion Butts is, yeah, he was a battering ram. They're basically only going to air NHL games on ESPN too. Biggest move tomorrow? Malik Willis. Dolphins. Malik Willis, Dolphins is my pick. Yeah, I think Oklahoma wins, yeah. Oh, man. Rank all these guys. Spurrier's 1. That's easy. Spurrier's 1. Oh, boy. Thompson's 2. Schuler, Lance, Smith is a distant 5. Smith is a very distant 5, actually. Yeah, with a broken wrist, yep. Wow, he was so good in that 50-point game against the Browns. Man. At least he went to Congress, too. Some rules in Major Leagues are basically unenforced. 3 seconds. When's the last time you saw 3 seconds called in the NBA? Yep, well, technically, legal tampering starts. When's the last time you saw 3 seconds or a carry? When's the last time you saw a carry? Steve Spurrier Spagnuolo as a coach? Spurrier. Definitely Spurrier. Definitely Spurrier, actually. So I think Wordsmith and Keys? They're both pretty bad. Both pretty bad. I would say Keys was worse because they changed its position. Like, I don't know what they were doing with Keys. I'll go and sell Appreciate you, man. Joe Kapp was in the original longest yard? I did not know that. On Florida 1 because I have a gymnast for the last name Blakely. Oh, that's nice. That's convenient. That's going to be Oklahoma. As always. Wait. Let me go quick on this one. This went from 9-7 to 23-7 in the span of, man, 1 minute. Jeez. Any chance for draft content? Ooh. I mean, bootleg football is pretty good. Brett Coleman and Snyder have a EJ Snyder have a podcast, Bootleg Football. They're pretty good. Yes, yeah, right. Smith with the picks. Yes, I mean, counting as a play. Yeah, Smith. I'll give you Smith. Yeah, you can go either way on that one. They're called stepping fouls more in power slap? I don't even know the rules of power slap other than just hit. So much cut. Grogan, George, O'Brien. We're up. Yep, we hit 300, so live edit. Oh, man. Cut George. That's easy. Cut Jeff George. Don't even think twice about it. Cut George. Man. A healthy O'Brien. Man. Healthy O'Brien. I'm starting. Over their entire career is Grogan, but a healthy O'Brien I'm gonna start instead. Video on NFL Draft 1988. Al Noga. And something with his agent and how dumb he was. Yeah, Oklahoma's going to dominate everyone. Yeah, it's going to be PTA on that one. Yeah, palming the ball. Yeah, they never call palming the ball. Never call that. You've never watched Power Slap? Yeah, Ken O'Brien was good. Yeah, I think the knock was that he wasn't Marino, but you know, O'Brien was a good player. When people talk about like when they have the draft montage of Jets picks that failed on ESPN, Freeman McNeil's on there. I don't know why, because like McNeil actually was really good. Like he's one of the best players in Jets history. And then O'Brien was a good quarterback when he was healthy. He just was not Marino. Market for Diggs. We gotta see if he goes to jail first. We gotta see what happens before. No one's gonna give him money before we figure out whether he goes to jail or not. But they never call traveling, no. College, they will. They'll call it in college. On certain things. Oh, that'd be cool, Blakely. That's awesome. Yeah, Denver in the best situation, yeah. Gotta play for the Super Bowl champion. Don't get rushed into the fire. You don't need to. The traveling rule, like, they changed the 3 steps, and there's a Euro step, and there's all different things. It's bizarre. I go jail Stephon Diggs. Yeah, being a cinch in the pocket. If you give a good line, though. O'Brien was a solid quarterback. O'Brien was worth the pick. It just, obviously, I'd rather have Marino. You have 3 Hall of Fame quarterbacks in the first round that year. It's insane. No, we got a second touchdown there. Okay. We're getting somewhere with the footage. We're getting somewhere. So I know we need like roughly 20 minutes of footage. We're going to slow stuff down. Patriots pink jerseys because of too many red teams. I did not know that with tech football. Like, imagine when Joe's being driven by the Seahawks. Yeah. Yeah, it worked out well for him. It's like Rodgers. He ended up in a very good spot. Obviously. Interesting. Warren Sapp, too. Yeah, Sapp and Brooks. That was a great class for the Bucks in '95. What was our classic? I have Japan. But DR, I think, is in a really good spot. Right, Utah's going to... Yeah, I mean, Utah. That's easy. Let's go Vikings yearbook. Take away the trade with the Bengals. It's for Achilles Smith. Worst trade in NFL history from the loser's end? Yes. But Dick was going to take Ricky Williams. So yeah, if that was for that, then yes, easily the worst trade of all time. This game from the season when Mike Mayweather blocked for the game-winning safety in OT. That was Vikings-Rams 89. But no, it's not about a game. I did a video on that one. I did a video on the Vikings-Rams 89 game a while ago. I did a video on that a while ago. MC said for the quarterbacks. AMC says for the... Yes, Marino, Easton, Kelly O'Brien, then Blackledge was the second in that draft, and he was not good. Yeah, I did a video on that one. Lakers trying to get Joker. They're not going to get him. Giannis, maybe, but not Joker. No. No chance on Joker. No chance on him. Hey, let me see if I can maybe there's footage of the pick 6 that Noga had. I don't think I played Tech by Super Bowl. Dick at one trip, Rookie Lumen Celeste, running back could have gone first overall. Pearson had a shot in 07. Barkley to some extent 2018, depending on the situation. Peterson, there were talks about Peterson potentially in 07. Other than that, yeah. It's one of the last times, at least. One of the last times. Okay, there's a pick 6 I need. That's the highlight I need. Yeah, I don't know who rear-ended me. I still have no idea who rear-ended me. Oh, man. Oh, yeah, Bush. Duh. Yeah, Reggie Bush. Yeah, of course. Yep. Although Peterson was 07. Yeah, Peterson was 07. Yeah, Bush obviously 06. I mean, Bush could have gone first overall. Tomlinson could have potentially. Face ever get an Olympic? No. It's too spread out. Too hot. Too hot, too spread out. No chance. No chance on that. Yeah, I think Stanford wins that. Alpha consensus top pick? No. No. Aaron Rodgers was in the conversation, too. There was talk of not just Ronnie Brown, but Alex Smith or Aaron Rodgers, like with the Niners pass up on the hometown kid who looked good. Like, there was talk about Rodgers. I mean, he slipped for a while, but... No, I don't think 12 was the... I don't know what happened, but... I have no idea. And everything worked out. Insurance covered everything, so it's not... And in summer? Well, obviously they're not getting winter. There are no mountains in Phoenix. So obviously not winter. Now, Phoenix is too spread out and too hot. And they need to build a bunch of stadiums that they don't have right now. No chance. No chance on that. Alright. How many more clips do I need? So we at 128. Alright, we'll get going on the script in a little bit. Oh, that's... Yeah, that sucks. There's no accountability anymore. Because last time I passed out again, all good. That sucks, NJCar fan. Yeah, I mean, it's like... There's like a real lack of accountability with culture right now. I agree with that, David. I agree with that. Right on the money. Alright, Oilers game is not there. Vikings, Falcons, would that be there from 89? It would be. Let's make sure the box score has it. Okay, sack for a loss of 6 at the very end of the game. Let's just double check. Yeah, I think UCLA... They're also very good at gymnastics, usually, so... I declare residency at a college. I declare bankruptcy. Alright, Okay, they do get Noga here. Perfect, okay. Perfect. This is the club. Been staff assaults for not getting detention time? You guys assault someone not getting detention time? What on earth? Doesn't make any sense. Harbaugh having on with Jart? I mean, they wouldn't get him if they didn't. I wouldn't get him if he didn't. Barry, Fitz, Munoz, Kennedy, Thomas, Ryan, Johnson, Humphrey. Love it. Can't hate on it. Can't hate on that at all. I mean, they got... I think that's a good top 5. Just waiting for this game to download. They can rearrange some clips and slow some things down and get everything there. But I can tell you what exactly. Jeez, man. So because the Jets have Mathis on the roster for 3 years, never used him, then becomes a stud in Atlanta. Yeah, more Mathis would have been good. More Mathis would have been good, and then you wouldn't have to take Keyshawn at 96 in the first round. And man, yeah, that would have been nice. How long do we get on USC for NFL teams? I think 15 years. They'll expand to 18 games first, and then we'll figure that out. All right. 4:30 in the morning, yeah, on the East Coast. Yeah. It still works. Like it's only because we're 3 hours back and not 2 hours back, so it's like I forget it's like 4:30 on the East Coast now, and not 3:30. All right, here we go. Get that one in. Rice, Samuels, Bosa, McNair. No, McNair's above Bosa. Not even close, actually. McNair's way above Bosa. McNair is way above Bosa. Like, it's not even remotely close. I put him above Rice, too. I put him above Rice. I put him above Rice. McNair should be 9. Alright, so that's the clip I need there. Alright, so that's that clip. Move it over here. Do you need one more? Where we at? Okay, maybe 10 plus 5. Potentially. Yeah, we'll get one more. Why not? Sherlock down yet? No, I'm fine with that. Sherlock down is good. Sherlock down is good. Oh, no, you're good on that one. You're good on that one. So I like this too. We can engage like healthy discussion like that. I like it. So all good. No, this is good. Yeah, that's why I like this chat. It's like we can talk about like stuff like this, and it's totally fine. So I don't like block anyone or mute anyone. It's like, you know what, like we're all adults here. Yeah, I think Oklahoma, Florida are gonna be 1-2. Yeah, LSU I can put a 3. LSU I can put a 3. All right, I think we'll get one more game footage. Vikings Bengals 92, and then I can rearrange some clips and write the script. There are some vets that pop in the stream from time to time. There are some vets that... Not sure if anyone in the chat right now, but there usually are some. Wait, inmates call their... What? Call their mom on you? Oh my god. Are they like 5? Oh my god. Yeah, I think pig fencers, yeah. At least to some extent. But that's what I would do if if I had a kid and I knew that they got arrested for like a legit reason, I'd be like, yeah, no, you're staying the night. That's the best way to teach. It's like you're not getting coddled. If it was a legitimate arrest, like drunk driving or something, like they did something like that, I'm like, I would be like, nope, you're staying. I'm not bailing you out. Well, thank you for your service, man. Thank you for your service. 15 years. Man, that's awesome. Right, Mr. Insane, different story. Right, it's not a very different story. Right, the night you got arrested, yeah. Quote unquote. Yep. Like, it entirely depends, but it's like they were drunk driving, they blew like a .141. I'm like, nope, you're staying. I'm not. Right, it really, yeah. And sometimes the best way to learn is to be like, is to not get bailed down. Be like, you know what, you're on your own. Hey, sport, you don't watch, give me your opinion on this. I mean, I follow on, like, I don't watch, but it's one of those where I see the highlights on Twitter. If that makes sense. I know which teams are good and which teams are not. I see the highlights of the scores, and like there's some people I follow that also like are journalists that cover gymnastics. So I don't want to say I watch, but it's one of those where I'm vaguely aware of what's happening because I just through osmosis on Twitter, seeing the scores and the results. Yeah, I think that's good for nights, yeah. Kids who rocks over an overpass. I've seen too many stories with that. It's so crazy. They don't either they understand and they want to be reckless, or they don't understand, like, oh, you can kill someone, like in a heartbeat, you can kill someone. I've seen so many videos of kids like in interrogations and people getting like arrested for killing someone by throwing a rock through there, or like paralyzing someone. One of multiple times. Jeez. One of multiple times. On the Cal Street Mall in your house, yes. So what will we ever do without that information? Yep, it's breaking news. Thoughts on these developments? How big is the basement going to be? I think it's a mistake. I like the blue walls versus the green walls. Oh no, she tells a story when I lived in Tucson. Police raided an apartment across from mine, flashbangs, everything. Oh wow. He was arrested for murder if we stole a car and ran over a guy. Jeez, people take morals. Some people is, yeah. Some people have no morals today. He was arrested for murder if we stole a car and ran over a guy. Mom was like, "I'm so sorry. I wish could be home for dinner." My God. He's not coming home for dinner anytime soon. He was already on probation. Oh, even better. But they still fit you? That's impressive. That's impressive, Blakely. Yeah, that's not the time for coddling. That's insane. Like, there's a time to be like a helicopter parent and be there and provide support, and then there's a time to be, like, no. For like, we were with the apartment manager. The next morning I went to her office and joked that I'll never be late with my friends. Oh man, there wasn't a ton of footage there, so let's see if we can get one more with Noga. Equals team 92 if they have it. Make sure. In week 13, they got it. Don't need the commercial breaks, and this one's higher quality. They clear evidence he stole it, even better. Even better. Clear evidence that he stole it. God. His first I saw was 15. Scared him straight. At least there's still time to turn around at 15. And he posted videos posts on Twitter are doing it. Recording this crime spree is the best idea we ever had. I don't understand. Why do people record themselves doing crimes? Supplant Doug Martin? To some extent. We got a $5. Oh my goodness. From Jess. Appreciate you a ton. What about watching these guys? I started on Zepbound and Skilly. Thanks for helping me take my mom misery. All good, man. I appreciate you a ton. Yeah, we're going to get to writing the script in a little bit. We're almost there for writing the script. I appreciate you a ton on that one, Justin. It means a lot to me. Thank you so much, man. Yeah, I think it's a fair ranking. I think it's a fair ranking, 40 Nights. Like, if you're going to commit a crime, the number one rule is don't leave any... Not that I'm committing a crime. No, I had a feeling you were not related to Justin, no, because he's on the East Coast. But you're related to Marv Levy, so... Yeah, that's awesome, Blakely. There's some people that... It doesn't make any sense. It's like the Judge Judy episode. And from New York? Yes, I'm from New York. I actually am from New York. I live in Phoenix now, but I grew up in Long Island. Grew up on Long Island. And lived in New York for about 18 years. So, very familiar with Long Island. Oh, that's insane. Engine car. Wow. Thank God I didn't do that. It's almost like the Judge Judy episode where the guys... It's like two guys who stole something from a girl in her purse. And the judge asked the girl, like, what was in the purse? And she was like, what was missing from the purse? It was like, well, I was missing my wallet, my earrings, my keys. And then the guy's like, there were no keys in the purse. I'm like, and no, yep, there was no 8% in the rim. Yep, that was the one. I love that one. Can you tell a story of the FL Valanoga? Yes, easily. Easily. You can tell about a lot of people. Originally, Bethpage? Oh, no way. I used to go there, used to go all the time. Bethpage Ballpark with the Long Island Ducks out in Islip. Oh, yeah. No way. Small world. Oh, my God, yeah. No way. I had a ton of garbage picks at third overall. Yeah, that's going to be every pick. That'll be some crap. FredX? Maybe not Super Bowl 39. Depends how deep you want to get in this, but I'm not sure you can tell the story of Super Bowl 39 without FredX. Like it was 11? Oh, man. Did I post it on Instagram? I love dumb criminals. Like, some people just make it so easy. It's like, what are you doing? Like, I don't get how dumb some criminals can be. Like, not that I'm ever going to commit a crime, because A, it's morally wrong. B, I'd be terrified of missing Jaguars games and making a living afterwards. But, like, if I was going to commit a crime, I would try my best to hide the evidence or make sure there were no not record it. Eugene Robinson, you could tell story of Super Bowl 33 without him, but you could tell that, yeah. Third Drew Kiss for the one where we would try to sue a form for breaking the toilet. Yeah, so that was great. That was great. She just sounded regularly. Oh, that was great. Yeah, which go ahead setting up. Live Seaford Oyster Bay Expressway. Nice. Yeah, right off the LAE here. Right off the LAE. Not that narrows that down at all, but that's insane, David. And Kelly Smith would be like, yeah. I like that ranking. I can't really complain too much about that ranking of third overalls. Alright. I think I just seen one more clip. We're watching the video now with the toilet. It's a good one. It's so stupid. The 40s are pretty good. 40s. Can't really hate too much on the 40s ranking. Harrington I'd probably put lower. Probably go a bit lower on Harrington. I'd probably put him below Solomon Thomas. First episode meets food was enough to make sure I said, but yeah, that's the other thing too. My diet would not do well with that. I'm a pretty picky eater. I'm like, oh, I would never be able to have pizza again. Nope. 11-year-old skip. Oh man. Nassau or Suffolk? Suffolk. I am Suffolk. Will Anderson be so far? Top 20? Probably top 20 on that. Like, he's really good. Someone in high school put out a rap song when they threatened a high school went to. Jeez. I'm sure that worked out well for them. My carry video? Oh, man. I gotta get... It's gonna be a long one. Whenever it comes out, it's gonna be a long one. I'm gonna go for 3 years. Whenever the vid comes out, it's gonna be a really long one. Believe me, I want it to come out too. There's so many vids I want to do, where it's like I gotta do it right. Wait, really, David? Oh my god, that is crazy. All right, so now I'm just gonna split up all the clips that I just got, reorder them, so you're not seeing them all from the same game in a row, if that makes sense. School just with prison food? Yep. Like, again, I'm never gonna commit a crime like that. Like, because I'd be, like, terrified of, like, not being able to watch the Jaguars play. Like, that's enough for me to be like, nope. Not doing this. If we're gonna do it, I'd do it in Jacksonville, so at least I'll get all the games over the air. I get TV time. Decision on players referee. I mean, I sort of do that, but not. I just structure it a little bit differently. Southside Seafood, home of the Twin Lobster Diner. I'm not a seafood guy. No, I'm not a seafood guy. So, rear-ended guy who was killed, had seizure behind the wheel, but hadn't taken medication. Oh man. You're 19 below Bortles. Yeah, it says something. Yep. There's many things seen on social media. Yep. Crazy. So about a year. I like pasta. I do like pasta. Pasta's good. I do like pasta. That's the wrong food that starts with P and ends in A. That's Italian. Not allowed to have a license to drive? That makes sense. Yeah, I think we give out licenses very willy-nilly in this country. I mean, Melon's scared. Look at him. He's got 9 speeding tickets, and he's still allowed to just drive freely on the streets of Cleveland. For some reason. Big Barry Steakhouse? No, not Big Barry Steakhouse. I really eat out a lot. It's not like pizzerias, because I'm a big pizza guy. So... like, my palate's not exactly the best. The guy said Black Dad doesn't remember the inside? Man. Cheryl McCoy. Oh. Man. Uncle I got victim of manslaughter because he accidentally shot partner. Yeah, accidentally. Oh, jeez. And no one really gun safety, even that wasn't. Cheryl McCoy. Where'd I rank him? Oh, man, that's tough. I would put him... I go 14. I go 14 on that. Went from probation to a year in jail? Oh, wow. Some interesting lawyering right there. Number one cause of vehicular homicides or serious overrated. I believe it, because your eyesight goes. Remember when my grandpa was trying to drive when he was in like his late 70s and early, like it was bad. It was bad. The family pushed him to get probation, and he didn't get. Wow, that's or prison. Oh, okay. I was gonna say that makes more sense to be like, wait, if the victim's family wants doesn't want to go to jail, and that doesn't make a whole lot of sense if he had a clean record before that. Oh, that's great. Like, that's a good view. So from his gun accident, my aunt told me he was likely drunk and high. It's a good combination, yeah. From McNeil, yes, above McNeil. Yeah, I'll go above McNeil on that one. Okay, I don't know why it's not, like, zooming out the way I need to. I think I have to make it a little bit larger. So I'm going to just reduce the speed on these to 95%. I have another clip here that we will make at around 50%. It's a cinematic one, so we're okay there. I'll put it here. And then all these establishing shots, slow them down. I found the fellow judge only give information about deciding in prison. Wow. If I make that, yep, that should work. So now, just like that, 17 minutes of footage of Noga. Perfect. All right. So that's half of it done. That's the footage part done. Now it's time for the script. Just out of curiosity, because I like doing this. Write a YouTube video script. See what happens. I'm not gonna. Yep. Just want to see what happens. It's gonna make something up. Sure, 11 years old script play with guns, renting cars, Williams man. It's gonna be about Al Noga's agent. Yeah, none of this is true. None of this is true. At all. Just want to see what it would make up. Yeah, the story's gonna be about Al Noga's agent being just an absolute moron on draft day. Just an absolute moron. So the agent did not want me to go to Minnesota, but the reasons make no sense, and Noga was fine going to Minnesota, so it doesn't make any sense. I should also, by the way, if you haven't done it yet, let me, the bracket challenge is up for my group. No, I sometimes I just want to see what happens. It's one of those things where I just want to see because it's so obscure. I want to see what happens, and it makes up something. None of it is true. Like the story it made up was completely false. Sometimes I like doing that on stream, just seeing what the heck happens. Same costume gave Ray Rice PTI, one third of the book of this one for Philly, got pulled over Michigan, a gun. A CC permit buy was, oh man. She got a permit for, oh, that's harsh. Yeah, like the script here, yeah, completely fake. Nothing in this is true. Books for maximum leverage. Whispers weren't subtle. I mean, every agent does that. None of this is true. I'm just curious sometimes when I do that. I think we did one earlier. We did one with where did we do it? There was one we did over that was also like completely made up. I just like doing that on stream sometimes. Just to show it's completely not a known story. At all. I think this was one. Oh no, that's not that one. That was a random ChatGPT. So you feel better? That's good. That's good. And a partner herp? That's good, yeah. They can't actually save the articles that discuss his crimes? Jeez. Shows you somebody, I'm not gonna build the cows. Right, one person, right, that's not right. Right, anecdotal evidence is not like the best necessarily, but that's one of those, at least I get how it happens. Right, For individual, you can prove anecdotes to prove anything. Anecdotes, you can make any point off of that. All right. So, well, there's made up names in sports teams to have licensed player names. I told my soul was feeling shaky. Oh, man. Oh, tortilla chips and salsa. Yeah, that'll do it. Smoking a pipe? No, just a water bottle. I have asthma. If I tried to smoke, oh, God, I don't even want to know what would happen. Get some? Why not? Why not? So far as it's there. Yep. I might take a look at that Bliggly at some point. Yeah, not many paragraphs on it. Nope. Let me actually check. What's this Wikipedia page look like? And this one's definitely not on the Wikipedia page. Nope. Yeah, this is most definitely not on. Yeah, the story has nothing to do with that. What's the Wikipedia that small? Well, it's where Wikipedia page with Bolt mentioning if you featured in a Job Boys video. That's why you know you've made it. Let's see if there's any stats on him while I'm here. Hiragato? Yeah, I've never heard of Hiragato, obviously, but Media Central. I want the Football Almanac. Maybe that's it. He was on the Cardinals, yes. Very good on that one. You're good on that one. Oh, not number one there. Yeah, that's insane, David. Yeah. It was already on probation. Yeah, that should be the red flag should come way before that, but you can't just brush off being on probation. You'll be able to hug him a lot more if he stays out of jail. Yeah, I use the media guide for that. Wow, that's insane, David. Yeah. Well, there's since for Carl Banks. I mean, if he keeps up at this pace, I mean, they're pretty similar as if he keeps up at this pace. But Alicia Keys used to come visit our jail. Wait, really? Alicia Keys visited someone in your jail? Wow. Oh, she could do so much better. That is nuts to me. That is nuts. As simple Banks says this moment, yes, as of this moment, absolutely. You know, yeah, I'll never do AI voiceovers. Nope. I mean, I'll put it in AI afterwards to get rid of the background noise, but I'll always do my own voiceovers. AI voiceovers, I'll never do. The only time I use AI in videos, the only time I use it is to take the audio. I use Adobe Podcasts, and all that does is I record the audio, and then afterwards, after that, all I do is I just put it in and remove the background noise. But I record everything myself and write everything myself and edit everything myself. So yeah, we'll never do AI voiceovers. Problem is that obviously if my voice goes out, I'm kind of screwed because with how much I stream and whatnot and all that. Still not convinced sensitive with the video evidence. You blind at that point? Like what? In 2020 just wasn't you were taking defensive player? No, Kudo, I mean, he looked like a solid pick at the time. It just obviously did not pan out. I love that it's for your own entertainment. Yeah, so for your own entertainment, that's one thing. And the mom, I mean, part of it could be any part of it could just delusion thinking there's no way her kid, but that's how we got into that. And channel copy some of my videos? Yes. Oh yeah, they have. I take it down every time. If it's a match, I take it down every time. It's just gotta be in denial at that point. Oh yeah, they didn't turn into no. Isaiah Simmons was not good. Derek Brown was good, but yeah, Isaiah Simmons was not that good that year. No. All right. Is there any niche stories? Are yeah. They're all niche for the most part. Like this one's extremely niche. Yeah, Chase Young, the injuries derailed him. Watch this wheelchair curling right now is insane because they can't sweep. They can't sweep down the ice. So it just have to be it has to be a perfect shot without any sweeping. It's insane. Oh yeah, Henderson, yes, he sucked. Well, we never should have taken him. He allowed so much inside leverage, and he has a poor attitude. Henderson, that was the dumbest pick I've seen the Jaguars make because I knew he was gonna suck. He was the one guy I didn't want. Yeah, that was a big whiff on Caldwell Spark. We traded him for 1 year. We should have got something out of him. We got a third round pick out of him. 1 year later, like we just moved on. All right. Which are really, it's insane. Like this is like I'm kind of stunned. Like watching this, like how talented they are. Because like you can't sweep down the ice. You make inside leverage like slant routes. Like can you jump inside on slant routes? Like every slant route you ran on Henderson, it was going to be a completion. At college, same thing. I was like, I didn't want him. Oh, that's not even inside leverage. Oh, they do? I did not know that. I learned a lot of nice things on this one. Oh, okay. We have breaking news. Ed Ingram, 3 years, $37 million, staying in Houston. Join the red group? Nice. Wheels. Nice. Three years, 37 mil. Ed Ingram staying in Houston. Where they're only good linemen. Where's this going? I want to work backwards on this. I want to work backwards. All right. I want to work backwards on this. That's a great shot by the USA. All good, Andrew Garvin. Appreciate you, man. See you all tonight for baseball? Yep, US and Mexico tonight, 8 o'clock. Should be a fun one. Could be a lot of Mexican fans in Texas. It's going to be a wild atmosphere. I'm excited for the game. It's weird because I'm obviously rooting for the USA, but Alec Thomas is on the D-backs. I wanted to keep up his hot form, so I want Alec Thomas to do well, but obviously I'm rooting for the USA. It's weird. It's really weird. It's like I want Thomas to do well, but I obviously want USA to win, so we'll see. Yeah, wheelchair curling is insane because you can't sweep. There's no sweeping. You just throw it and you hope for the best. So like it's absolutely it's a whole different sport. It's like an entirely different sport. You gotta get the curves and you gotta get to slow down without having any assistance from any teammates. Like, that's an insane shot by the USA on that curl. Curl on the high stone and get it into the 4, get it to the 8. That's an insane shot. Get the curl like that. Well, you're curling USA's up 3-0 in the third end. That's a good shot by Sweden too. Jeez. It's a whole different sport because it's like compact. Obviously inside the house. simply CBS impairment hand toward Nightmare. You have Utah Valley. Oh my god. Utah Valley makes it after everything that happened in the WAC this year with the ban and everything. Oh my goodness. How far am I from Glendale? About 20 minutes. I live in downtown Phoenix, so I'm about 20 minutes away from Glendale. Oh, yeah, it requires way more skill. Oh, it's insane how much skill this sport requires. Yeah, but yeah, Glendale, like I'll go to Cardinals camp in Glendale. I'll go out to from Stadium for games. I can make it back in like 25 minutes from my place if there's 20 minutes if there's no traffic from Glendale. So, I was like Glendale's like a pain in the butt to get to at times. Oh, the memes that was. Oh yes. Oh yes. Oh yes. The memes of the buzzer beater. Oh jeez. God. If Utah Valley hits a buzzer beater, oh god. Imagine if they sync it up to that. They sync it up to My Heart Will Go On. They sync it up to My Heart Will Go On, like buzzer beaters. Just sync it up to the AI song. People are the Super Bowl from my place about like 10 or 15. 10, 15. You get fishing in Arizona? Just the hunting. Yeah, fishing not so much. Yeah, about 15 wheels. Yeah, do a buzzer beater with the AI song. God. Realized curling was sport I could put on my back and relax too. Wheelchair curling less so, yeah. Oh yeah. Hang on. Put on a new soundtrack or a new playlist. We'll go Bruno Mars's new album because that's really freaking good. Oh yeah, looks so yeah. Appreciate you wheels on that one. Yeah, I put a lot of work into it. It's a cool environment. It's a cool party. Are you glad not my friends? Oh man, that sucks. You know, it's tough making friends, especially now with less people going out because of this generation's very much accustomed to staying indoors. COVID changed everything. It really did. Four point 6 billion viewers at that time. Yeah. Well, it's not like it wasn't like concurrently. It wasn't 4.6 billion watched at the same time. It was 4.6 billion views between all the platforms after the fact. So you could rewatch multiple times and stream multiple times. But I told you it was gonna be a big halftime show, and it was. It was good. That was 1982, right? Yeah, that was 1982. Just want to double check. That was 82. Is it the same age as Michael Parsons? I have no idea. I'm not sure on that. I have the numbers. Where's Tua go? If the Jets can't get Carr out of retirement, I'm going to go with the Jets. If the Jets can't get Carr out of retirement, we'll go with New York. Or Arizona. If Cards can't get Willis, I could see the Cards, actually. Cardinals with Tua, Willis to the Dolphins. That's my guess. Won't Pavi go to the Jets? I mean, it could still happen. Pavi's could probably go 7th round if he gets drafted. He's not going to, but don't put it past the Jets to do something stupid. Like, they are the Jets. Jackson Freeman for the draft. Secondary help. Linebacker if they don't get Lloyd back. Running back, potentially. At least running back depth if we're going to make Tune the 1. So, I'd say interior pass rush as well. Defensive tackle. Interior pass rush, yep. It's in the Seahawks. Wouldn't shock me. I heard the Saints are one of the favorites. I heard New Orleans. But I could see Seattle. If they don't bring back Kenneth Walker, he goes to the Chiefs. I think ETN to the Saints is my guess. Where's Walker go? Chiefs are the favorite, apparently. Jacksonville potentially, or Denver potentially as well. But I think it's been the Chiefs. I think the Chiefs at this point. I want him in Jacksonville. I think he's a better fit than ETN. Wait, oh, yeah, of course, yeah, because of the baseball. Because Culverhouse screwed over his baseball eligibility. Yeah. Oh, yeah. He has every right to be upset about that. Because Culverhouse screwed him out of baseball eligibility. So to keep him, I thought they would keep him too. I thought they would keep him as well. You know, Culverhouse completely screwed him with the Jet. So except for sale, yep. Yeah, that was known for a little bit now. The Allens had to sell as part of the deal when Paul Allen passed away. They'll go for at least $10 billion. That's going to be a lot of money. Oh, yeah, they're not leaving. No, they're not leaving Seattle. There's no chance they leave Seattle. No, they're not in danger of relocating. No, that's not going to happen. 30 years ago, yeah, but not now. So, like, yep. I'll be exhausted, too, after... Like, I called the conference terms from my school, like 17 hours ago, and I've been up somehow. That turned into a dud, yep. Yeah, I mean, yeah, the interview, I mean... I've had that happen before. I've had that happen where, like, I have a interview with some for, like, a company, and they're like, nope, this is... I'm like, nope, this is not what I thought it was going to be. That's happened before. Many times, actually. Happened once before. It was the same guy. Oh, jeez. Are you going to change the Cowboys defense? I don't see why not. Better than Eberflus. Not better than Eberflus. You ever with me with someone before in a term of the same situation, part-time job that thought was full-time? Yeah. That's a pretty big difference. Was that resort an Italian theme? Oh. I love that resort. That's the resort I'm thinking of. That's the resort I stay in all the time when I go to Vegas. Oh, man. I love that resort. Was there a resort that was named after something in the desert that isn't actually there? At least it wasn't Circus. At least it wasn't that. Oh, yeah, no, that's by far my favorite. By far my favorite. Oh, all the hotels on the Strip, that's by far my favorite. By far. Like, there's no close second. For good times, that's awesome. So, what full time said they appreciate the honesty. Shook hands. What's up? Easy enough. Easy enough. In order to do part time, we have a full time thing right now. No reason to do part time like that. Bring in better hours soon, so that's even better. Yeah, clearly just miscommunication. Yeah. Fellow Bear for finding out got the new shift they may leave. Oh, man. Yeah. Your boss seems to understand, though, so that's good at least. Like I said, having me around for a little while longer was part time. Yep. Yeah, he took it well, I'm guessing. That's no situation I'm talking about interviews to have. That's a good boss to have. That's a good boss in terms of just transparency. That's awesome. Split hours, yeah. You know, yeah. With my streaming schedule, like sometimes like the weird hours can messes up your body. I get it. In 9:45 went to 5:45 and then 2:15 to 10. Yeah, there's no consistency. There's no consistency. That sucks. There's no consistency. Like your body can't get into a rhythm. I see. I was like 6. Yeah, that's good. Wait. My night owl because of sleep apnea. Oh man. Yeah, I have sleep apnea, but I've been a night owl ever since COVID. No, it's late. It is really late. Yeah, something sitting in your stomach. Yep. Raiders on the clock. Well, they're gonna be on the clock for like. They're gonna be on the clock until. I mean, they know they're taking Mendoza. We all know it. They're taking Mendoza. The NFL's gonna make them hold their card until 2 minutes left. Display on my XX1. I watch Sports Stars on YouTube. Nice. Like this one. Main participants here all have Arizona connections. No way. I did live there for a little bit, yep. Vegas is basically Arizona. Yeah, like I had no problem moving to Vegas. Vegas is basically just the same exact thing. Hold on, 2 minutes left. Yep. Yeah, one first take also. Oh man, why? It's just a Stephen A show at this point. Yeah, the NFL. Otherwise, the NFL makes it so that the team with the first pick can't turn in their card until 2 minutes left, because they know who they're taking. Like they could, if they turn their card in with because it's all about TV ratings and commercials, and they want to be able to talk about the pick and everything, build anticipation, talk about it. They don't want the draft taking too quick. They want it to move along at a good pace, like a 3-hour pace, but they don't want it being an hour. So the Raiders will hold their card until the 2-minute mark, and then they'll hand in the card. The NFL tells them. The Jags run the clock when the number one pick twice, and happened both times. They just say, "Don't do it." TV ratings. You know, it's gonna be Mendoza. It's every year. We know who the number one pick is. More often than not, we know who the number one pick is every year. But they hold the card. They intentionally. Like, they don't take it down to the wire. Draft day isn't realistic like that. It's not like that. Oh, yeah, some of us be okay with the 1-hour draft. I don't know about that. I don't want it being that quick. I see them in 92, yep. That's a bit weird, though, because it's called some picks 1 and 2. So I guess that was sort of up in the air, because they had picks 1 and 2, so it didn't really matter who the first overall pick was, except for money purposes. Yeah, a lot of folks on that won't have it for the Steelers pick. Yeah, that's most refs. Unless they get musical entertainment. So what they'll usually do is they'll do a concert right after the draft is done to keep people as long as possible. I'm hoping they get sticks. I'm really hoping they get sticks. A Speakeasy Sports Show. Just speak for yourself. Yeah. This one's got some stuff. But, yeah, they usually... I'm hoping they get sticks. I mean, Renegade at the draft in front of 200,000 people is going to go insane. They better get sticks as one of the artists that plays after the draft. That's how they try to do it. Also, it's better right like now versus it was in Radio City. Because let's say Radio City, the Giants make their pick, the Jets make their pick, everyone leaves. No one fills in the seats. Once Radio City is full, it's full. But you can't. But no one comes in and out. But during the draft, people leave. They just fill in the empty spaces. Plan for later today, USA Mexico at 8 o'clock Eastern time, and that's it. Free agency is going to be just too wild, I would think. Usually a lot of deals get done Monday night, so we're just going to do USA Mexico. Rodgers playing McCarthy again. He hasn't made any decision yet. He said he's still thinking about it. How long is it live for? And expectations for Pats. A lot of receivers. Try to get Alec Pierce. I think they're going to go big on Alec Pierce, potentially. I'd be shocked if they don't try and get Pierce. How long is 60 live for? Probably another hour. Seat fillers on hand. Day 3 they did. Score the wheelchair curling 5-0 USA. So seat fillers day 3 they had at Radio City. Day 1 and 2 they did not. So once they were once you left, you left. That was also like a Thursday night. There wasn't a line outside. But Saturday they would have some seat fillers. But during the draft, when it's all general admission standing room outside the ticketed seats, outside of that, like people just, you leave, people fill in the spots. You just move up. That's why it works so well. Dude, for Monday Night Raw, it's nice. You know, users like Eddie, we always be able to beat the traffic. It's going to be a lot of tourists, though. 531. It's be a lot of tourists. And they keep you entertained, too. It's not like there's nothing going on between the picks. There's a live band that plays in between the picks. they keep the crowd engaged, trivia competitions and whatnot. Like, it's... I don't think too many people are going to be leaving. I wouldn't think. Yeah, draft was full of this Green Bay because it's a rare event for huge. Yep. It's so much fun. Green Bay did a heck of a job. Green Bay, outside of Vegas, because, I mean, that's Vegas, that was the best draft I've ever been to. Green Bay knocked it out of the park. I would go back in a heartbeat. That was incredible. Yep, you're good on that one, David. You're good. You know, enjoy all 3 nights of the draft. Enjoy all 3 days. It's a fun event. It's like an NFL Comic-Con. It's not like a draft at this point. Like, you don't even have to know any of the players to enjoy it. It's an NFL Comic-Con at this point. There's so much to do. Is there a bay that's green in Green Bay? I would not think there is. There's no land in Greenland that's green. Bring helmets for sign? Yep. Yep, I do, and I am pretty good at it. I'm pretty good at getting players to sign helmets. The key, if you want to do it, ever, bring the alma mater. Bring their college helmet. Stands out. Shows you're a fan of that team, even if you're not. I pretend I'm like a Bama fan or an Ohio State fan, whoever's signing. Like, I'll try to get... Bears live in Green Bay. Haven't lived in Green Bay in a while. Like, I'm going to try to get... I have an Indiana helmet. I'm going to try to get Mendoza to sign it. We'll see how it works. Brings up like use them in the bathroom. Yeah, bring the helmets and then use them as toilet paper. Yeah, getting Travis Hunter helmet with Colorado and then the Travis Hunter hat, I mean, that was like the highlight of my life. That was insane. Alright, we're almost at the end of the script. Oh, you're good on that, David. You're good. Wait, wrong thing. I had to avoid leaving sacks, so I just want to double check. That's not to spin a receiver. Yeah, I think they're going to go after Pierce. Right, you lose him? Yeah, generally when you're looking for him, yeah, if you lost him. Unless you're trying to find a new pair of keys out of nowhere. No, Matt Collins and Booty are not going to be the top 2 receivers. No. They have so much cap space, they're going to go heavy in free agency. Maybe Romeo Doubs. Is some of the Caesar draft concludes Saturday? Yep. Riverhound says Greenville that night. Ooh. The real Highmark Stadium. Will draft be done by that point? So usually it's like 12 to 7. Will we done by that point? I'm not sure. I was thinking of Dick Van Dyke show episode. Goes to make a call, dials the number, and then looks up in the phone book. He goes and writing contracts himself. Impressive. You know, likes the tight end a lot. Yep. Outside Diggs, who's mostly on Henry and Hollins. Yeah, having a security blanket like that at tight end. It helps. What people like Swiss cheese? I think they like pizza, wine, vodka, holy naps. Hey, can pass rushers in the draft? May have to take a closer look at the pass rushers, but I do like Ruben Bain a lot. I do like Ruben Bain. Yeah, Bain's not going to be available at 12, I don't think. Yeah, I'm not sure he's going to be there at 12 just yet, but... I get it, yeah. I get it. Holy holes. I get it. There's a corn. Shucks. That was a real can of corn, yep. We're almost there. Square live in Vegas. Last I got picked up a dry cleaning at 11:30. Oh man, yeah, nothing closes early in Vegas. I know that Vegas strips open late, so you can always get something. Everything closes early in Phoenix. Entertainment. I mean, there's so much entertainment. Like every artist comes there. The residencies. I might be going up there for Backstreet Boys. I might be. It's around my birthday. They added some new shows. I might be going to Backstreet. Not sure. We'll see. Long as 24 hours. The dry clean part, that's impressive. It's still open. If they make the Pens my host of playoff game draft weekend, oh man, that would be... The traffic would be insane. I'd be terrified about that. But I assume like the stuff on the strip is open late. But I would assume like in the suburbs, like that stuff would close to normal hour. The Pens host a playoff game, and it's like if it's like Wednesday night, I might try and go to that. See what that's like. Take a new arena, put an arena off that. I mean, we'll see. Pens host a playoff game, and it's a Wednesday night on the day of the draft, or the day before the draft. Now, why not? All right. Let's do that. All right, script is done. What are we at on words on this one? About 2,300. Yep, sounds about right. What was the last one at? Just for reference, the Mike Barber draft one was about 2,600. Yeah. Extortion one. I'm assuming this was like around the 3K mark. Yeah. Must be switched around like the 25 mark, give or take. McNeil Seahawks. This one was 25. Yeah, that's including the links. Yeah, so usually comes out to about 3.5 pages, single space like that. So, all right. Now you record. Well, that take about an hour to write that script. About an hour 10. A little bit quicker when I'm not interacting with the chat and everything, but it's all good. All right. So now time to record this bad boy. I do everything in GarageBand. Not looking at the chat when I record this because I do this and try to do this in one take. So here's what I see when I record. Here's the GarageBand thing. The filter I'll use is voice, narration, take metronome off, do it like that, and put on the headphone thing. Then I read the script while I do it, and yeah, go from there. So Now I record. Maybe the next 15 minutes or so. I'm not going to get to anything in the chat, so just keep that in mind. Next 15 minutes, I'll get to your comments afterwards and whatnot. I just got to record this script. Then I'll get to everything. Then I put it in Adobe Podcast, put it all in, and then we go from there. So, head down the home stretch here. We got to record this thing first, so let's do this thing. Here's the script if you want to follow. Actually, I'm not sure. Yeah. You got what I'm trying to do with the recording, so we'll do it like that. Yeah, you see what I'm looking at. Yeah, now you can see both tabs. Perfect. All right, here we go. What is the purpose of an agent? Well, the purpose of an agent is to act in the best interest of his client. You want to make sure that your client is in as good of a spot as possible and gets as much money as possible. If your client wants to do something, and this something isn't egregiously stupid and is actually going to benefit him and serve in his best interests, then you let him do it. And this is especially true when it comes to the NFL draft. Your client has worked his absolute butt off to get to this point where he has a chance to play professional football for a living. After years and years of work and blood and sweat and tears, your client has a chance to take the next step, make a living, and provide for not just himself, but for his family and for future generations. As the player's agent, your job is to stay out of the way from making yourself the story and doing something stupid that goes against the wishes of your client. Your job is to get him into the NFL and get him some money. And with that, let me introduce you to the man that you've been watching this entire time. This is Minnesota Vikings defensive tackle Al Noga. The defensive tackle from Hawaii, known as the Samoan Sackman, was an absolutely dominant player in college, as he was an All-Western Athletic Conference first-team selection in 1985, 1986, and 1987. Across his 4 years with the Rainbow Warriors, he recorded 33 sacks, which was the most in program history at the time and is number 2 as of today, only behind Mark Odom. And he recorded 70 tackles for a loss, which is still the top total in Hawaii history. In 1986, his 17 sacks set a season record at Hawaii, in a record that still stands to this day, as did his insane 31 tackles for a loss that year. In fact, Noga was so good that he became the first player in Hawaii history at any position to be named to an AP first team, when he was named to that team on the defensive line in 1986. But when draft day rolled around and the 1988 NFL draft happened, there was a ton of controversy surrounding him. Not for anything he did, but rather for the absolute stupidity of his agent. Because if there's an attitude that's going to get you to drop in the draft, it's the attitude that his agent, Douglas Brenner, had. And it deserves a deep dive nearly 40 years later. Because this is the story behind the man who might just be, considering the circumstances, the dumbest agent in NFL history. Make sure you hit that like button down below, subscribe, hype up that video, and turn on that notification bell so you don't miss a single video that we post on the channel. Because we post every single day on here about the weird and the wacky history of the NFL with stories like this one that you've never heard of before. So if you like that sort of stuff, then this is definitely the place for you. Thanks in advance for liking and subscribing, and for hyping up the video, and for helping us grow this community. And with that in mind, let's talk about the time that Al Noga's agent made a big no-no. But before I get into what his agent did, we need some context to understand just who Al Noga's agent was in the first place. The man representing Noga at the 1988 NFL Draft was Douglas Brenner. And even though Brenner had some clients, including Kevin Porter, a safety from Auburn who got drafted in the 3rd round that year by the Kansas City Chiefs, it probably should have raised some red flags that Brenner's strategy to get Noga was just to keep at it until Noga said yes to representing him, wear him down until he agrees. Said Brenner on how he got Noga to be one of his clients. Basically, persistence. I just kept after him. Not exactly sure that should be commended, but whatever the case, Brenner was representing Noga and was trying to not only get the Hawaii man drafted, but was trying to get him to sign for a big payday, which would require knowing what you're doing and would require not doing something stupid. However, I don't think Douglas Brenner got the memo, because he was adamant about one place that he didn't want his client to go to. That place, as you might have been able to guess, that place was Minnesota. As Brenner said on the possibility of his client playing for the Vikings, I'd hate to see him go to Minnesota. I'd like to see him stay with a West Coast team. Now, there could be some valid reasons why you don't want to see your client go to a certain team. Maybe there's no chance that you get playing time. Maybe they have not developed rookies in the past. Maybe it's just not a good fit and it's too far away from family. And it could be a huge culture change. Maybe there's a coach there that you played for and you don't like. Maybe it's a team that's been incredibly stingy with money and absolutely sucks at negotiating fair contracts. So you're expecting they're going to have to hold out. That's why a lot of people back then and even today do not want to get drafted and did not want to get drafted by the Cincinnati Bengals. But in those cases, like John Elway with the Baltimore Colts in 1983, or Bo Jackson with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers in 1986, aside from the fact that those players had leverage as the first overall pick, and they weren't projected to be round 2 or round 3 picks, the players were driving the conversation. John Elway did not want to go to Baltimore. Bo Jackson, after what happened with the Buccaneers screwing over his college baseball eligibility, did not want to go to Tampa Bay. So if Al Noga did not want to go to Minnesota, and Brenner is just saying stuff because it's what his client wants, that's an entirely different story. Then you get a different situation with the Vikings, like what happened with running back Darren Nelson at the 1982 NFL Draft 6 years prior, which you can learn more about by clicking the card in the upper right corner. But alas, that was not the case. Here was Brenner making these comments about how he didn't want his client to go to Minnesota and he wanted his client to stay on the West Coast. And yet, Noga was more than fine playing for the Vikings. Eventually, in case you couldn't tell, the Vikings drafted him in the 3rd round with pick number 71. And Noga was thrilled and was over the moon. In fact, Noga was super excited to be going to Minnesota. As he said after he got drafted, "I've never been happier than I am right now. This is definitely the biggest day of my life. All I can think about is that this is the day I dreamed about. And now it's come true." Yep, that definitely sounds like a man who hates the idea of going to Minnesota and playing for the Vikings. That definitely sounds like someone who's furious about having to go from Hawaii to a completely colder climate. So why Brenner said that about his client and why Brenner was trying his absolute hardest to get the Vikings to not draft him, I have no idea. Because this story gets even weirder with Brenner and his hatred of Minnesota for some reason. Eventually, when round 3 rolled around and we were hours into the draft, with Noga drifting in and out of sleep, waiting for his name to be called, Brenner got the call from Minnesota that the Vikings were going to take him. Brenner woke up Noga, answered the phone, and then whispered into the phone while the Vikings were on the line, "I hate to tell him who the team is." Again, Noga had shown absolutely no animosity toward the Vikings or Minnesota. This was entirely being driven by his agent for some inexplicable reason. Could you imagine if that whisper was just a little bit louder and the Vikings changed their mind and Noga slid a little bit more? He was already upset that he didn't go in the 2nd round, And now, here was Noga at pick number 71, and his agent was about to sabotage his chances of going to the Vikings, which is about to make even less sense when you consider two other factors. Number one, Brenner was adamant that his client not go to Minnesota because he wanted his client to stay on the West Coast. However, he didn't say that he didn't want his client to go to an East Coast city or go somewhere far away from Hawaii. He just said that he didn't want his client to go to Minnesota. I guess Buffalo or New England or New York or Philly or somewhere like that would have been fine, even though those teams are further away from Hawaii than Minnesota is. There's no consistency to the logic here. It was just a vendetta against the Vikings and the Vikings only. And number two, even if that was the logic with the West Coast, which doesn't add up because Brenner was representing some clients on the East Coast, including that aforementioned client from Auburn, so it's not like he was geographically restricted, what Brenner said next about why Noga fell in the draft in the first place made even less sense. As Brenner said, making things even more confusing, because Al is from Hawaii, he didn't have the exposure. If Al had gone to one of the big schools like Notre Dame or Nebraska, he'd have been one of the first 10 players picked. So, wait a second, time out here. You're telling me that you wish that Noga would have gone to a school like Notre Dame or Nebraska because he would have gotten more exposure and would have been a higher draft pick? Where on the West Coast is Notre Dame located? Where on the West Coast is Nebraska located? The Pacific state of Nebraska, right on the Pacific Ocean. How does any of this make sense? You don't want your client to go to the Vikings because they don't play on the West Coast, but you're fine if they go elsewhere on the East Coast or in the central part of the country? You wish your client was playing in South Bend for the Fighting Irish, a school that is significantly further east than Minneapolis is, yet your only logic giving seemingly for not wanting your client to play for the Vikings was that they're not on the West Coast? That's it? I've got nothing. Genuinely, I've got nothing. Especially considering the fact that, as we already established, Al Noga didn't care where he played and was genuinely happy to play for the Vikings. And it's hindsight, but Noga later played for teams further east than Minnesota, playing for Washington and Indianapolis at points in the 90s, never playing for a single West Coast team. In fact, the Vikings were the furthest west team he ever played for in the NFL. So the West Coast thing doesn't hold any water whatsoever if this was truly something Noga wanted, which again, it wasn't. I think Douglas Brenner just had a vendetta against the Vikings for some reason. Considering the contradictions and how so many parts of his logic are backwards and nothing seems to add up, I think Al Noga just had an agent that despised the Vikings. Maybe the Vikings kicked his puppy. Maybe the Vikings, over 400 years ago, killed his family tree and pillaged his ancestors. Maybe they poisoned his water supply, burned down his crops, and delivered a plague onto his houses. Maybe he bet on the Vikings to win one of their 4 Super Bowls in the Bud Grant years, and he lost all his money. I don't know. Who's to say? But whatever the case, against his agent's best wishes, Al Noga was a Minnesota Viking and was awfully happy about it. And I think the Vikings were pretty happy about Noga and how he ended up producing in the NFL. Noga recorded 29.5 sacks in his 5 seasons with the Vikings and was an absolute menace on a stacked defensive line in 1989 that led the league with 71 sacks, which was one of the top totals in NFL history for a team in a single season. Noga played a big part in that with double-digit sacks that year. Of all the defenders taken past the second round of the 1988 NFL Draft, Noga had the second most sacks of them all, only behind Jeff Cross, the 9th round pick of the Miami Dolphins. Noga even ended his career with more sacks than Andre Bruce, the #1 overall pick in the draft that year by the Atlanta Falcons, although he was a pretty notorious bust. Noga wasn't just one of the top defensive players in the history of Hawaii while he was still in college, but he was also one of their most successful defensive alums as well. And to think, if Noga's own agent had his way, it never would have happened. Again, nothing about this story makes any sense on the part of the agent. If your duty is to act in the best interest of your client, if your client has no preference in location and just wants to play in the NFL, and your client will make more money the sooner he's drafted, then why you'd sabotage that because you hate a certain team for a completely random reason that contradicts things you previously said in the past is beyond me. The job of an agent is to do a lot of different things, a lot of which include talking. But sometimes the best thing an agent can do for his client is just shut up. Because of the 1988 NFL Draft, the biggest roadblock to Al Noga having a successful career wasn't the fact that he might have been undersized or the fact that he played at a small school, but rather the fact that the man that was supposed to put him in the best possible spot to succeed. Congratulations, Doug Brenner. You might truly be the dumbest agent in America. The anti-Jerry Maguire. Show me the money? More like show me no money. I was that close to a perfect take. Are you kidding me? I'll go to bed? All good, David. Also, chance of making pen. Oh, wait, we got to that. Yep. Most down hotels are sold out. Yep. I'm not surprised. There's going to be probably 500,000 people in Pittsburgh over that. Best college wrestling game today? Sun Belt title game. Definitely Sun Belt title. Georgia Southern, can they go six wins in 6 days? I mean, it's going to be incredible. And there's a real puts. You're not kidding there. Yeah, it's going to be 500,000 people in Pittsburgh across the 3 days. It's going to be nuts. Chris Manhertz back to the Giants on a 1-year deal. That just got announced while I was recording that. Alright. So now, the next step, I don't save any of the audios. So what I do, delete GarageBand. If I appreciate it, yeah. No, I try to do it all in one take. I just have to like edit that one out, but sometimes I can just go straight through and not have to clip anything out. A lot of ad-lib? Yep. Yeah, you notice I add a lot of ad-lib when I do my stuff. Like there's a lot of stuff that I put in, like the Poison War spot. Like there's some stuff I put in there just because I'm like, why the heck not? Some stuff I write and then I take out. Some stuff I improvise and ad-lib. Yep, you see how it goes. Some of the best lines I've done in videos were completely ad-libbed. I like how that one came out. So, that's the process in terms of I got the clips, how I got the clips, preferable reference, and then looking on YouTube, seeing for footage. Then writing the script, the newspaper article that I've got. Just a lot of screenshots of that. Now I add those to the thing. I have enough clips here. Again, I got about 17 minutes. I got about 17 minutes of clips. Mine is about 16 minutes, and I can slow things down if I need to, but we're okay. I'll start with some establishing shots. When I get to the we need some context with Noga, we'll get. Actually, with Noga, when he gets drafted, I'll put in the game clips. The game clips come when he gets drafted. So this is the only part I use AI for. It's just removing the background noise. So just take the thing, remove the background noise, and go from there. So that should be done any minute now. So when that once the bitch get crazy, come here for St. Patrick's Day weekend. Oh God, I'm not a party. I'm not a St. Patrick's Day person. I'm not a drinker. I'm not a partier like that. I hear Chicago is a nightmare. I know people that travel to Chicago for St. Patty's Day, and it's like, God, that sounds like a nightmare. We're still enhancing the speech. Take a bit longer than usual, but it's all good. Just gotta wait on this. Yeah, it should be a pretty quick edit at that point. So let's just putting the audio in. Score of the curling game 6-1 in the 7th. So USA, they're gonna win. Barring anything insane, they're gonna win. It's over on, I think, USA Network. It's on Peacock. I know that it's on Peacock. Alright, this is taking a while to edit. Oh man, why is it taking so long to enhance? Let's try it again with this. I don't know why it's... Let's try it a second time. Not sure why it's taking so long, but... Alright, I'm gonna remove... Take that in the trash. We're gonna try this one. This might be like a crypted file or something with that. Who do I play next? I gotta double check on that one. Let me check on that. They take on China. China is next. That's later today at... Well, you're in Glendale, so that'll be 6:35 in the morning. I will not be up for that. I will be asleep. Usually it does not take this long to edit, but to get the audio in. I have no idea why it's doing that. I don't know why it's taking this long. How much can do it back? Is this down? So if it's down, I can't do anything. This is so odd. It should not be taking this long. Usually it's like only like 60 seconds. Of course, Wills. Appreciate you, man. You know, we hit $300 on stream, so I was like, you know what? Let's do it. That was a stretch goal, and we did it. I can't do anything as long as this is... Give it a couple more minutes. It's still not. I think that it might just be down right now, and there's nothing I can do. I just might have to delay the video a little bit to later in the day. I want to get it out this morning. I want to get it before frequency and all that crazy stuff starts, but... we will see. This is bizarre. This is not supposed to be happening. Biggest cluster yet if finished on time. Yep. Sucks. It's like I want to get this out, but I don't know what happened with Dolby Podcast right now. Yeah, I'm surprised too on that one, Wheels. I'm surprised on that one too. I had the next one in that game. Yeah, I don't know why it's taking this long. Yeah, I'll give it like 5 more minutes. If it's still not done, I want to get this one out. If it's still not done, I'll have to just call it there because there's nothing I can do. It's the roadblock. So this one, once it downloads, like once it finishes, it'll take like 20 minutes and then we're good. Like clips are in, scripts written, audio's in. Yeah, come on, Adobe. Yeah, this is so bizarre. I should give Reeves. Oh, I have to give an extension. Yeah, absolutely. Have to give Reeves an extension. I don't think it's a discussion. You got to find a way to keep Reeves. This is the bottleneck right now. And this is never the bottleneck. I don't know what's happening. I checked. Oh, let's do it. Thank God. I don't know what took so long on that one. Okay, well, they added music. I don't have music on this. Okay, they got it. Okay. So now we download it. We're good. Should be. I don't know what. They changed it to music. I don't even have a music track. So, okay, now just this to download, but it's finally enhanced at least. I'm not sure why it's running so slow. But there we go. Alright. Downloading. And now we are good. Okay, so now we can get this video out. Thank God. Alright, so now here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do this. Take... yeah, that's a good... No, I actually need a bit more. A little bit more. Let's just start off. Yeah, it's like 7 minutes worth. Yeah, because once it gets stripped, I'll get that. But now we're good. Drag the audio file in. I got 126. Oh, you can't see it. I got 126% on this, and this is what I'm seeing here. And now at this point, I listen to the audio. I go double speed on this one, just to make sure there's no clicks or anything like that. Then I have newspaper articles, and when the time comes on that, I just plop them in. Copy paste, like I take a screenshot and just plop them in.
What is the purpose of an agent? Well, the purpose of an agent is to act in the best interest of his client. You want to make sure that your client is in as good of a spot as possible.
And this is how it sounds like double speed.
Is in as good of a spot as possible and gets as much money as possible. If your client wants to do something and this something isn't egregiously stupid and is actually going to benefit him and serve in his best interests, then you let him do it.
Obviously,
and
this is not how it's going to sound.
When it comes to the NFL
double
draft.
speed.
Your client has worked his absolute butt off to get to this point where he has.
Obviously, if the audio sound like this, people will
where
click
he
off
has
in
a
10
chance
seconds.
to play professional football for a living. After years and years of work and blood and sweat and tears, your client has a chance to take the next step, make a living, and provide for not just himself, but for his family and for future generations. As the player's agent, your job is to stay out of the way from making yourself the story, and doing something stupid that goes against the wishes of your client. Your job is to get him into the NFL and get him some money. And with that, let me introduce you to the man you've been watching this entire time. This is Minnesota Vikings defensive tackle Al Noga. That offensive tackle from Hawaii, known as the Samoan Sackman, was an absolutely dominant player in college, as he was an All-Western Athletic Conference first-team selection in 1985,
I had a breath there, so let's get rid of
in 1985, 1986, and 1987. Across his 4 years with the Rainbow Warriors, he recorded 33 sacks, which was the most in program history at the time, and is number 2 as of today, only behind Mark Odom. And he recorded 70 tackles for a loss, which is still the top total in Hawaii history. In 1986, his 17 sacks set
Heard a breath.
a season record at Hawaii, in a record that still stands to this day, as did his insane 31 tackles for a loss that year. In fact, Noga was so good that he became the first player in Hawaii history.
Heard a breath there too. Oops. What I meant to do.
Good that he became the first player in Hawaii history at any position to be named to an AP first team, when he was named to that team on the defensive line in 1986. But when draft day rolled around and the 1988 NFL draft happened, there was a ton of controversy surrounding him. 1988 NFL draft happened. There was a ton of controversy surrounding him, not for anything he did, but rather for the absolute stupidity of his agent. Because if there's an attitude that's going to get you to drop in the draft, it's the attitude that his agent, Douglas Brenner, had. And it deserves a deep dive nearly 40 years later. Because this is the story behind the man who might just be, considering the circumstances, the dumbest agent in NFL history. Make sure you hit that like button down below.
Alright, so rinses, make sure you hit that like button down below. I've got this graphic, and I'll just
NFL history. Make sure you
plop it here, just so I don't forget to put it at the top as well. Alright.
Make sure you hit that like button down below, subscribe, hype up that video, and turn on the notification bell so no one's a single video that we post on the channel, because we post every single day. Because we post every single day on here about the weird and the wacky history of the NFL, with stories like this one that you've never heard of before. So if you like that sort of stuff, then this is definitely the place for you. Thanks in advance for liking and subscribing, and for hyping up the video, and for helping us grow this community. And with that in mind, let's talk about the time that Al Noga's agent made a big no-no. But before I get into what his agent did, we need some context to understand just who Al Noga's agent was in the first place. The man representing Noga at the 1988 NFL draft.
It's gonna be done under 4 hours.
At the 1988 NFL draft was Douglas Brenner.
Granted, the research part takes a good chunk of it. Okay, so the first screenshot, I took screenshots of the newspaper articles. So let's take this one. And this is the persistence call. Alright, Honolulu Star Bulletin is the one for everything.
Was Douglas Brenner. And even though Brenner had some clients, including Kevin Porter, a safety from Auburn who got drafted in the third round that year by the Kansas City Chiefs, it probably should have raised some red flags.
It's a little bit of a spit on that piece. Let's get rid of that.
Probably should have raised some red flags that Brenner.
A little bit of a breath.
That Brenner's strategy to get Noga was just to keep at it until Noga said yes to representing him. Wear him down until he agrees. Said Brenner on how he got Noga to be one of his clients.
All right, here we go. It'll fit on that picture-in-picture. Drag it up. Make it a bit big. Then go to titles. We go with the, where is it? I minimize the tab a little bit so it's a little bit of center lower third. So I go with remove the bold one and just go with this one. Honolulu Star Bulletin.
Basically, persistence. I just kept after him. Not exactly sure to be commended, but
everything is free. Garage
Brenner
Band,
was representing Noga and was trying to not only get the Hawaii man drafted,
everything
but was trying to get him to sign for a big. Brenner was representing Noga and was trying to not only get the Hawaii man drafted, but was trying to get him to sign for a big payday, which would require knowing what you're doing and would require not doing something stupid. However, I don't think Douglas Brenner got the memo. Don't think Douglas Brenner got the memo, because he was adamant about one place that he didn't want his client to go to. That place, as you might have been able to guess, that place was Minnesota. as Brenner said on the possibility of his client playing for the Vikings,
Here's another one.
I'd hate to see him.
Same newspaper. Once reality show a 10 sports team tried to land one client. Oh, that'd be a cool concept for a show. I've never heard of that. That's a cool concept for a show. I would never want to be an agent. I thought I wanted to, and then I heard like the life of an agent. It's a lot of babysitting. And I was like, no, not for me. It's too much babysitting, and then you work so hard, and then the second contract they go with someone else.
I'd hate to see him go to Minnesota.
Contract.
I'd like to see him stay with a West Coast team. Now, there could be some valid reasons why you don't want to see your client go to a certain team. Maybe there's no chance that you get playing time. Maybe they have not developed rookies in the past. Maybe it's just not a good fit, and it's too far away from family. And it could be a huge culture change. Maybe there's a coach there that you played for, and you don't like. Maybe it's there that you played for, and you don't like. Maybe it's a team that's been incredibly stingy with money and absolutely Maybe it's a team that's been incredibly stingy with money and absolutely sucks at negotiating fair contracts. So you're expecting they're going to have to hold out. That's why a lot of people back then, and even today, do not want to get drafted and did not want to get drafted by the Cincinnati Bengals. But in those cases, like John Elway with the Baltimore Colts in 1983 or Bo Jackson with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers in 1986, aside from the fact that those players had leverage as the first overall pick and they weren't projected to be round 2 or round pick, and they weren't projected to be round 2 or round 3 picks, the players were driving the conversation. John Elway did not want to go to Baltimore. Bo Jackson after Baltimore. Bo want to go to Baltimore. Bo Jackson, after what happened with the Buccaneers screwing over his college baseball eligibility, did not want to go to Tampa Bay. So if
click here.
So if El Noga did not want to go to Minnesota, and El Noga did not want to go to
All right.
And Brenner is just saying stuff because it's what his client wants. That's an entirely different story. Then that's an entirely different story. Then you get
All right.
Then you get a different situation with the Vikings, like what happened with running back Darren Nelson at the 1982 NFL draft. 6 years prior, which you can learn more about by clicking the card in the upper right corner.
All right, so when I say video reference card upper corner, I'll write down the video that I use. I'll write down the video that is, but for something like this, I only have one video that I'm like put the card in the upper right corner, so 7:02. So I just write down the timestamp.
In the upper right corner.
Stuck.
But alas, that was not the case.
Just so I know where to put the card in the studio.
That was not the case. Here was Brenner making these comments about how he didn't want his client to go to Minnesota and he wanted his client to stay on the West Coast. And yet, Noga was more than fine playing for the Vikings. Eventually, in case you couldn't tell...
All right, now I'm going to get the highlights of him. So now what I'm going to do... Sometimes I split up even more, like for more complicated videos, I can split up even more in terms of what clips I need. But for something like this, just establishing shots of Noga and highlights of Noga. I'm just like, okay, where do I want to put these? There we go. 2005 Super Agent to represent Sean Cody. I have never even heard of who that is. Wait. I legit don't even remember Sean Cody. I don't remember him at all. I do not remember Sean Cody. You have to stay with them for the entire contract? Like... Man.
More than fine playing for the Vikings. Eventually, in case you couldn't tell, the Vikings drafted him in the 3rd round with pick number 71. And Noga was thrilled and was over the moon. In fact, Noga was super excited to be going to Minnesota. As he said after he got drafted, I've never been...
Obscure show player pool, yep.
As he said after he got drafted,
Do I sleep? I'm going to in like 30 minutes. We hit $300 on stream, so we're doing the we're doing the live edit. The video's gonna be coming out in a little bit. I think it should be up by 8 o'clock Eastern, barring anything crazy on YouTube's end. Yeah, I'm gonna get some sleep out of this. My legs are starting to give out a little bit, but we're gonna power through. We're gonna power through on this.
I've never been happier than I am right now. Than I am right now. This is definitely the biggest day of my life. All I can think about is that this is the day I dreamed about, and now it's come true. This is the day I dreamed about.
Bracket challenge is posted above. You haven't joined yet.
And now it's come true. Yep, that definitely sounds like a man. That definitely sounds like a man who hates the idea of going to Minnesota and playing for the Vikings. That definitely sounds like someone who's furious about having to go from Hawaii to a completely colder climate. So why Brenner said that about his client, and why Brenner was trying his absolute hardest to get the Vikings to not draft him, I have no idea. Because this story gets even weirder with Brenner and his hatred of Minnesota for some reason. Eventually, when round 3 rolled around and we were hours into the draft with
how's it going, Miles? Appreciate tuning in.
With Nova drifting in and out of sleep, waiting for his name to be called, Brenner got the call from Minnesota that the Vikings
should be off in like 15 minutes.
That the Vikings were going to take him. Brenner woke up Noga, answered the phone, and then whispered into the phone. While the Vikings were on the line.
Star bulletin. We show some crazy draft stories coming out this cycle. I want to do more draft stories than I did last year.
The phone while the Vikings were on the line. I hate to tell him who the team is. To tell him who the team is. Again, Noga had shown absolutely no animosity toward the Vikings or Minnesota. This was entirely being driven by his agent for some inexplicable reason. Can you imagine if that was entirely being driven by his agent? Being driven by his agent for some inexplicable reason. Could you imagine if that whisper was just a little bit louder and the Vikings changed their mind and Noga slid a little bit more?
I go through the whole process like earlier in the vid, but it's like...
And Noga slid a little bit more? He was already upset that he didn't go in the second round, and now here was Noga at pick number 71, and his agent was about to sabotage his chances of going to the Vikings, which is about to make even less sense when you consider 2 other factors. Number 1, Brenner was adamant that his client not go to Minnesota because he wanted his client to stay on the West Coast. However, he didn't say that he didn't want his client to go to an East Coast city or go somewhere far away from Hawaii. He just said that he didn't want his client to go to Minnesota. Now, I guess Buffalo or New England or New York or Philly or somewhere like that. Would have been fine, even though those teams are further away from Hawaii than Minnesota is. There's no consistency to the logic here. It was just a vendetta against the Vikings and the Vikings only. And number 2, even if that was the logic with the West,
yeah, there we go.
Number 2, even if that was the logic with the West Coast, which doesn't add up because Brenner was representing some clients on the East Coast, including that aforementioned client from Auburn, so it's not like he was geographically restricted. What Brenner said next about why Noga fell in the draft in the first place made even less sense. As Brenner said, making things even more confusing, because Al is from Hawaii, things even more confusing.
Click on the C.
More confusing, because Al is even more confusing. More confusing, because Al is from Hawaii.
Alright, this is the last newspaper article. Star bulletin. Yeah, this story is nuts. And how we make it.
because Al is from Hawaii, he didn't have the exposure. If Al had gone to one, he didn't have the exposure. If Al had gone to one of the big schools like Notre Dame or Nebraska, he'd have been one of the first 10 players picked. So wait a second, time out here, time out. You're telling me that you wish that Noga would have gone.
That's right. Just completely crash out.
You're telling me that you wish that Noga would have gone to a school like Notre Dame. Out here, time out. You're telling me that you wish that Noga would have gone to a school like Notre Dame or Nebraska because he would have gotten more exposure and would have been a higher draft pick? Where on the West Coast is Notre Dame located? Where on the West Coast is Nebraska located? The Pacific state of Nebraska, right on the Pacific Ocean. How does any of this make sense? You don't want your client to go to the Vikings because they don't play on the West Coast. Well, you're fine if they go else. They don't play on. But don't play on the West Coast. Well, you're fine if they go elsewhere on the East Coast or in the central part of the country. Or in the central part of the country? You wish your client was playing in South Bend for the Fighting Irish, a school that is significantly further east. A school that is significantly further east than Minneapolis is, yet your only logic giving seemingly for not wanting your client to play the Vikings was that they're not on the West Coast. That's it? I've got nothing. I've got nothing. Genuinely, I've got nothing. Especially considering the fact that, as we already established, Al Noga didn't care where he played and was genuinely happy to play for the Vikings. And it's hindsight, but Noga later played for teams further east than Minnesota, playing for Washington and Indianapolis at points in the 90s, never playing for a single West Coast team. And Indianapolis at points in the 90s, never playing for a single West Coast team. In fact, the Vikings were the furthest West team he ever played for in the NFL. So the West Coast thing doesn't hold any water whatsoever if this was truly something Noga wanted. Which again, it wasn't. I think Douglas Brenner just had a vendetta against the Vikings for some reason. Douglas Brenner just had a vendetta against the Vikings for some reason. Considering the contradictions and how so many parts of his logic are backwards and nothing seems to add up, I think Al Noga just had an agent that despised the Vikings. I think Al Noga just had an agent that despised the Vikings. Maybe the Vikings kicked his puppy. Maybe the Vikings, over 400 years ago, killed his family tree and pillaged his ancestors. Maybe they poisoned his water supply. Maybe they poisoned his water supply, burned down his crops, and then they were plague onto his houses. Maybe he bet on the Vikings to win one of their 4 Super Bowls in the Bud Grant years, and he lost all his money. I don't know. Who's to say? But whatever the case, against his agent's best wishes, Al Noga was a Minnesota Viking and was awfully happy about it. And I think the Vikings were pretty happy about Noga and how he ended up producing in the NFL. Noga recorded 29.5 sacks in his 5 seasons with the Vikings and was an absolute menace on a stacked defensive line in 1989 that led the league with 71 sacks, which was one of the top totals in NFL history for a team. In a single season. Noga played a big part in that with double-digit sacks. Noga played a big part in that with double-digit sacks that year. Of all the defenders taken past the second round of the 1988
Sounds a lot different.
Noga had the second most sacks of them all.
Sounds like a lot different.
The 9th round pick of the
I got
Dolphins.
good at listening to stuff on
Noga
2
even ended his
times
career with more
for
sacks than Andre
school.
Bruce, the number 1 overall pick in the draft that year by the Atlanta
Hour
Falcons.
video,
Oh, he was
watch
a
it
total
30
bust.
minutes.
Noga wasn't just one of the top
Just
defensive
2 times
players
speed,
in the
or
history
use
of
the
Hawaii,
transcript.
while he was still
I'm very good at that. I was like
in the
very
history
good
of Hawaii,
at listening to things fast. It's like I can.
while he was still in college,
do it
he was
in half
also
the
one of
time.
the
Work
most
smarter,
successful
not
offensive
harder.
ones as well. And to think, if Noga's own agent had his way, it never would have happened. Again,
I talk a bit slower during. Obviously, I talk a lot slower during the videos than I do on stream. Probably because videos, the audience is a lot older. The average age of my videos is a lot different than the average age of my a lot different than the average age of my streams. So I keep that in mind. So like for the videos, a good chunk of the demographic is 55 and up or 45 and up. The live streams, bulk of it is under 45. So that's part of it. So I'm aware of my audience.
It never would have happened. Again, nothing about this story makes any sense on the part of the agent. If your duty is to act in the best interest of your client, if your client has no preference in location and just wants to play in the NFL, and your client will make more money the sooner he's drafted, then why you'd sabotage that because you hate him certain team for a completely random reason that contradicts things you previously said in the past is beyond me. The job of an agent is to do a lot of different things, a lot of which include talking. But sometimes, the best thing an agent can things. Oh.
It's funny, like demographics for live versus... Like for live, 23% of my audience is female. For videos, 6%.
For things, a lot of which include talking. But sometimes,
videos,
the best thing an agent can do for his client is just shut up. Because of the 1988 NFL draft, the biggest roadblock to Al Noga having a successful career wasn't the fact that he might have been undersized or the fact that he played at a small school, but rather the fact that it was so close to. But rather the man that was supposed to put. But rather.
The age demographic, gender demographic, like everything's different versus video versus stream. It's like two different audiences. It's like I run two different channels, but it's really.
But rather the man that was supposed to put him in the best possible spot to succeed. Congratulations, Doug Brenner. You might truly be the dumbest agent in America. The anti-Jerry Maguire. Show me the money. You might truly be the dumbest agent in America. The anti-Jerry Maguire. Show me the money? More like show me no money.
Alright. So there we go. I will take that off. I have one excess clip. That's fine for now. If I get a copyright claim, I'll just use that one in something.
No money.
I expand that a little bit. And then I just get the audio file that I had. Yeah, under 45 which we gain on that hill every day, yep. Yeah, I'm creeping to the 30 range. At 28 right now, I'm creeping there. Let me get the audio file.
We've got
the outro thing. It's this one. That's the outro I use for my vids. And the audio, the music is the same for every video. I just changed the speed on it. I reduce it to 4%. Yeah, so the track is the exact same for every vid. It's just either sped up or slowed down depending on how long the video is. So this one will go 107 on 106. All-time team with good defense for the NBA. Yeah, Bad Boys Pistons. That's the easy winner. Bad Boys Pistons. Easy. Oops, did not mean to do that. Copy, paste that really quick, and then we just throw that in there. Alright, so now we get the link to subscribe thing here. We export this as Noga 88 draft. And now, that's everything I need on this, right? Yeah, that's everything I need. Alright, that took 4 hours. Right on cue. Alright. While we have a moment here, while I'm waiting on this, let's mess around. Let's do some stat pad. Let's do the stat pad game. This game is really fun. It's the anti-immaculate grid. You're trying to get the best answer. So rushing yards, 2010, 2020. Okay, you have to guess the season. So obviously Adrian Peterson, 2012 will get you the best numbers. That's obvious. Okay. Cardinals. David Johnson. What year was it? 2019. Johnson was. No, it wasn't 2019, right? No, it couldn't have been 2019. Because... Oh, what year was it with Johnson? Oh, it's definitely the Johnson year. Oh, was it 18? Might have been 18. Might have been 18. No, it wasn't 18. I think it might have been 17. The project in the books, yep. It might have been 17. Hang on, I want to double check. I think it was 17. 16, it was 16. It was 16, man. That's a bummer. 49? Oh, nice. Approaching the big 5-0. Approaching the big one. Alright. LSU, I know Fournette. And my brain is fried right now, too. My brain is absolutely fried. Okay, this would have to be Vic. what year? I'll go 02 on that. Not terrible. 98th percentile. That's not bad. Time breakfast. Nice. Okay, AFC rushing. McNair has to be up there. Man. I'll go Vince Young. He had some big runs in 06. I'll take that. And then LSU. I mean, Fournette was over 1,000 in 2017. It's over 1,000 in 2019. To 25 with LSU. I mean, I'm gonna go Fournette as a rookie. I'll take that. I'll take that score. I'll take that. Nothing worse than 92nd percentile. I'll take that. I'll take that for today's stat head. I'll take that. All right. And the video is done exporting, so now it just has to be uploaded onto YouTube. Now at this point, all I do is content, go over here, click create, upload the video, Noga, draft, and there you go. And now it's just in YouTube Sans. At this point, it's all in YouTube Sans. So there it is. That's the entire live edit process. That's how I do a video from start to finish. Script writing, getting the footage, recording, editing, all that fun stuff. So, the story was already done in terms of getting the research, but that was how I do it. So, and we hit $300 on stream, so we were able to do this live edit. And I appreciate you guys a ton for helping us get there. You guys have been awesome. Wait, you guys have been insane. I appreciate you guys. You guys help me do what I do, so. Video is going to be dropping in about 30 minutes. Just has to wait for YouTube to do its thing. But yeah. US Mexico stream 8 o'clock tonight. Baseball. World Baseball Classic. Both teams looking pretty good so far. And yeah. Obviously going to be a busy day with free agency. Yeah, crazy stuff. Yeah, brings me back. Going to be a crazy day. Free agency. League year starting. Be a lot to talk about, I'm sure. If anything crazy happens, I'll go live, emergency live stream and stuff. If anything crazy happens, but we'll see. We'll see. I think a lot's gonna break during the USA Mexico game, so we will see on that. Alright. I appreciate you guys a ton. JG9 signing off. Take care. I'll see you guys Monday for the start of a brand new week. Take care. See you guys soon.